Znaczy,
26 lat, więcej niż połowa.
Dlaczego? No to
życia już.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and pleasure for me to welcome you to the Polonia Congress, Poland the Great Project in London, which is organized by the Poland Great Project and the British Poles. We are almost 1 million strong here in the United Kingdom, but sometimes we're not so visible as the Polish community on BBC. We have one fantastic presenter who will be speaking later. We're not so visible in British politics. We have one incredible MP who will be speaking here later. We're not so visible in the local elections, but we have some wonderful councillors who will be here amongst us today. We have incredible people, incredible association, fantastic groups that are doing great work in London, Manchester, Bristol, but somehow our voice is not heard enough. We hear of other minorities, we hear of other groups, but where are the Poles? The idea for today's conference is to strengthen that voice, to strengthen the voice of the Polish community in the UK. We have very important panels. During our panels, we will be discussing Poland beyond borders. We're not just 40 million living in Poland. There are almost 20 million Poles living around the world. Almost 60 million people around the world. How can Poland more effectively support and integrate Polonia? We will hear from Mr. Jan Badowski, the Director of the Department for Cooperation with Polonia and Poles Abroad at the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Poland. We will hear from Tomasz Lis, a talented musician, pianist and soloist who is also a Polish activist. We will hear from Adam Gajkowski, who traveled here all from Australia and who is the president of Nasza Polonia organization. And this first panel will be chaired by Grzegorz Górny, the president of the Poland Great Project Foundation, who also traveled here from Warsaw. After that, about 1:45, we will have a lunchtime in the other room, followed by two other very important panels, such as the Polonia for Poland, the role of Polonia in Polish-British relations, and With Poland in Our Hearts, nurturing Polish identity beyond borders. Some of us didn't even know that the director of the main British Army Museum has Polish heritage. He will be speaking. We need to promote those stories. Each one of us is special. Each one of us does something fascinating, but somehow those links are missing. Today's conference is promoted online. We have live streaming, therefore you will be able to stand today's conference, the exchange of experiences to your friends and other people around the world, which is very important because we need to share as much of the knowledge that will be discussed today. In terms of health and safety, if you need water, it's in the other room where we will have lunch at 1:45. The toilets are just behind the elevators. And keep in mind that there is an online transition, so everything in the middle is seen by numerous people online. I'm so happy that you came here despite the train strikes, despite the bridges being closed and the communication in London making everything difficult, but you came here to this important conference. So I am enormously happy for that. And the whole day is packed with events. After the three panels, we will have Orlęta, the folk dancers who are coming here in 20 people. It's a powerful group of dancers that we will have a chance to promote, because it's not just discussions about politics, economy, and our wonderful social organizations. It's also the music, it's also the literature, it's also the dance. So we will have that later on, followed by banquets, drinks, receptions. These are not Polish drinks, unfortunately, but they'll be just as good. Without further ado, could I ask His Excellency, Professor Piotr Wilczek, the Ambassador of the Republic of Poland to the Court of St. James, to greet us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, members of the Polish diaspora, dear representatives of both the United Kingdom and the Republic of Poland. I stand before you today filled with immense pride as the ambassador of Poland to the United Kingdom on the special occasion of the Nasz Kongres Poland, the Great Project, right here in London. Our gathering in the iconic setting of the View within the Royal College of Surgeons beautifully highlights the deep bonds and shared ambitions between our homeland Poland and its invaluable diaspora. The contributions of the Polish community abroad, particularly here in Britain, are monumental. Through culture, talent, and our unwavering dedication, you not only enriched the Polish narrative, but have also made significant imprints on the British landscape. Today's conference isn't merely a commemoration. It is an ambitious, stride towards further integration, collaboration, and a heartfelt celebration of our shared heritage. Today, our discussions will address the proactive efforts of the Polish government in embracing our diaspora, the vital role Polonia plays in strengthening Polish-British relations, and the crucial mission of preserving our Polish identity across the vast expanses of the world. I eagerly look forward to the insights our distinguished panelists will share, and as we transition later into an artistic performance and banquet, it will be a moment for each one of us to connect, converse, and most importantly, celebrate that unique thread of Polish identity that binds us all. This gathering is more than an event. It is a living embodiment of the spirit of Poland and its people, a spirit that remains undiminished, no matter where we find ourselves in the world. To every individual here, the youth, seniors, academics, entrepreneurs, and to everyone for whom Poland resonates as a cherished part of their identity. Today, we celebrate not just our shared heritage, but also our shared aspirations. Thank you for joining us on this journey. Together, let's make this day not just about reminiscing the past, but about forging an even brighter future. And of course, many thanks to the Foundation, Poland, the Great Project, and to the British Post for organizing this excellent event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Could I now ask the panelists for the first panel, Mr. Jan Badowski, the Director of the Department for Cooperation with Polonia and Poles Abroad at the Chancery of the Prime Minister of Poland. Welcome. Mr. Tomasz Lis, musician, pianist, and soloist. Welcome. Mr. Adam Gajkowski, President of Nasza Polonia organization, who came here all the way from Australia. And Mr. Grzegorz Górny, the President of the Poland's Great Project Foundation, today's moderator. Proszę Państwa, pierwszy panel, bardzo proszę zająć miejsce. Pierwszy panel będzie w języku polskim. Jako Polacy w Wielkiej Brytanii potrafimy posługiwać się i językiem polskim, i językiem angielskim, dlatego część z naszych dzisiejszych paneli będzie w języku polskim, część z nich będzie w języku angielskim. Zapraszam serdecznie do niezwykle ważnej debaty na temat Polski ponad granicami. Jak Polska może lepiej wspierać i integrować Polonię. Żeby włączyć mikrofon, należy tam tylko zapalić ten zielony. Raz przycisnąć. Także zapraszam do owocnej dyskusji.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa serdecznie. Bardzo mi miło wystąpić przed tak zacnym gronem. Chyba nikogo z Państwa nie trzeba przekonywać, że zmienia się charakter Polonii na świecie. Już dzisiaj nikt nie emigruje z Polski z powodów politycznych. Coraz mniej osób wyjeżdża z powodów ekonomicznych. Okazuje się, że zmienia się też kierunek wyjazdu Polaków. Po 2004 roku, kiedy Polska weszła do Unii Europejskiej, na przykład niemal w ogóle ustał napływ Polaków do Stanów Zjednoczonych. Natomiast pojawiły się nowe miejsca, w których pojawiają się Polacy, na przykład w Norwegii czy w Islandii. Jesteśmy najliczniejszą mniejszością narodową w tym momencie. Także zmienia się częstotliwość kontaktów z ojczyzną. To nie są czasy latarnika, kiedy na list z Polski trzeba było czekać wiele tygodni albo miesięcy. Dzisiaj dzięki mediom społecznościowym, internetowi wiele osób w różnych zakątkach świata może uczestniczyć w życiu publicznym w Polsce w czasie rzeczywistym. I okazuje się, że dziś nawet z Londynu można dotrzeć do Warszawy szybciej i taniej niż na przykład z Przemyśla. Więc to zupełnie zmienia też sytuację Polonii i w związku z tym chciałbym się tak zorientować, w jakim miejscu my jesteśmy. I moje pierwsze pytanie do pana Tomasza Lisa, który tutaj już żyje ponad 20 lat, widzi te zmiany, jakie się w tym czasie dokonały. I proszę powiedzieć, jak pan z tej perspektywy Polaka mieszkającego tyle lat w Londynie widzi, jakie są potrzeby, jakie są oczekiwania tutejszej Polonii wobec państwa polskiego?
To znaczy, ja generalnie wychodzę z założenia, że nie oczekuję zbyt wiele od państwa polskiego, raczej na odwrót wolałbym, by Polacy starali się zastanowić, co mogliby zrobić dla państwa polskiego, czy Polski tak naprawdę. Także ja nigdy nie wyjechałem do Wielkiej Brytanii jakby z założenia, że będę tutaj szukał pomocy Polaków nawet, czy państwa polskiego, no bo wyjechałem, bo po prostu szukałem zupełnie innych możliwości, inspiracji, czy prawda, innych jakby rzeczy niż gdybym był w Polsce. Natomiast jakie są, trudno powiedzieć, ponieważ Polonia jest bardzo zróżnicowana i wydaje mi się, że i na świecie, i w Wielkiej Brytanii, tak jak pan wspomniał, są to różne emigracje. Jest to imigracja powojenna, jest to imigracja z czasów stanu wojennego, jest to imigracja po wejściu Polski do Unii Europejskiej. I też jest to imigracja taka jak moja chyba. Nie wiem, na ile ona jest duża, ale wydaje mi się, że dosyć spora. Są to ludzie, którzy wyjechali jeszcze zanim Polska weszła do Unii Europejskiej, ale ten wyjazd nie był jakby wymuszony przez sytuację polityczną czy gospodarczą, tylko był czysto pragmatyczny ze względu na to, że po prostu Wielka Brytania jest wspaniałym miejscem i do robienia kariery, do życia i oczywiście nie wyklucza to możliwości powrotu do kraju, natomiast no, nie jest to jakby, nie była to jakaś konieczność, także wydaje mi się, że państwo polskie raczej powinno się zastanowić, jak wykorzystać Polonię i tę ogromną ilość Polaków na świecie i jakąś strategię objąć, która by obejmowała różne aspekty promocji Polski na świecie, czy to gospodarczo, ekonomicznie, czy kulturalnie i szukać właściwych osób wśród tej Polonii, bo wydaje mi się, że Polonia jest bardzo zintegrowana, aczkolwiek domyślam się, że są ludzie, którzy się nie integrują, czy też nie integrują się też z Brytyjczykami. A tutaj akurat wydaje mi się, że to jest istotne, no bo ciężko wpływać na brytyjską politykę, czy jakieś społeczne, czy ekonomiczne decyzje, nie będąc w tych strukturach brytyjskich, czy nie będąc, prawda, w jakiś sposób zintegrowany z nimi. Także tutaj pamiętamy przecież historyczne, często ludzie, którzy nie byli w polityce, największy wpływ mieli na to, co się z Polską działo, chociażby Paderewski, czy Raczyński, czy Rettinger, takie osoby, które po prostu
A jedno to pytanie mógłby odpowiedzieć pan Adam Gajkowski, który ma zupełnie inny punkt obserwacyjny, mianowicie z antypodów, gdzie jest działaczem polonijnym i to od dosyć długiego czasu, bo jest przedstawicielem tej emigracji solidarnościowej. Jak właśnie z pańskiego punktu widzenia to wygląda? Jakie są potrzeby, oczekiwania Polonii wobec państwa polskiego?
Potrzeby i oczekiwania Polonii wobec państwa polskiego, no to się narażę chyba panu dyrektorowi Wadowskiemu, więc zacznę mówić w szczegółach. Niemniej na pewno jedną z głównych potrzeb to jest uproszczenie wszystkich mechanizmów, które powodują, że organizacje polonijne, w szczególności szkoły, zespoły taneczne, harcerze, otrzymują dotacje na poszczególne projekty. Myślę, że tu mamy wiele do zrobienia i możemy je bardzo uprościć, mając, nie wiem jakie są, powiedzmy, przepisy angielskie, ale australijskie podejrzewam, że muszą być podobne i wszystkie małe dotacje w zasadzie takie do, powiedzmy, 5-10 tysięcy dolarów to rozlicza się stosunkowo szybko, wystarczy dobre sprawozdanie merytoryczne i nie trzeba całej papierologii prowadzić. W momencie, kiedy coś z tym rozliczeniem jest nie najlepszego, wtedy owszem, urzędy wstępują i wtedy są skrupulatni. Natomiast w każdym jednym przypadku myślę, że można tutaj też poluzować te przepisy polskie i spowodować, żeby te organizacje, które nie mają akantentów na swoim payroll, że tak powiem po angielsku, te organizacje po prostu wszelkie działania biurokratyczne wykonują w czasie własnym, niejednokrotnie poświęcają czas, który mają przeznaczony dla rodziny. Myślę, że trzeba też państwu polskiemu podziękować, bo na przykład pomysł, który wdrożyło Prawo i Sprawiedliwość z legitymacjami szkolnymi dla dzieci, które uczą się języka polskiego, polskiej historii, jest wyśmienitym pomysłem. Co prawda Australii on nie dotyczy tak bardzo jak Polaków mieszkających w Europie, dlatego że my tak często do Polski jednak nie latamy, ale dzieci mieszkające tu w Anglii, czy powiedzmy w Niemczech, prawdopodobnie przynajmniej 6 tygodni wakacyjne często i gęsto spędzają w ojczyźnie i te legitymacje im są nad wyraz potrzebne i przydatne. A wczoraj nawet rozmawialiśmy trochę na temat tego, że jest jeszcze jeden dobry projekt, tylko że tu będziemy zabierali zdolnych, młodych Polaków mieszkających poza Polską, czyli będziemy ich zabierali z tych społeczności polonijnych i oddawali ojczyźnie, ale jest ten projekt, który pomaga wrócić Polakom do ojczyzny. Tak jak za czasów rządów Tuska i PO ci Polacy masowo wyjeżdżali w milionach, tak teraz widzimy trend, może nie masowy, ale widzimy trend, który wskazuje na to, że Polacy starają się o powrót. Także myślę, że to chyba wszystko w tym temacie. Jedno sprostowanie, które miałem. Jestem prezesem Stowarzyszenia Nasza Polonia, ale tylko honorowym. Przez 14 lat prowadziłem stowarzyszenie, a od 6 lat jestem prezesem Federacji Polskich Organizacji w Nowej Południowej Walii. Dziękuję.
Tutaj pan Tomasz Lis powiedział przed chwilą, że potrzebna jest strategia państwa polskiego wobec Polonii i czy taka strategia w ogóle istnieje? Ja od początku lat 90. uczestniczę w różnych spotkaniach polonijnych w różnych krajach, czy w Hiszpanii, czy w Irlandii, czy w Stanach Zjednoczonych i właściwie od niemal 30 lat cały czas pojawia się to samo narzekanie, że Polska nie ma pomysłu na Polonię, na diasporę, na emigrację. Czy rzeczywiście tego pomysłu nie ma i czy rzeczywiście istnieje, czy nie istnieje strategia państwa polskiego wobec Polonii?
Oczywiście istnieje. Mamy pewne pomysły, pewne kierunki, które chcielibyśmy wdrażać, ale tutaj zwrócę uwagę, że ten kształt, założenia, pomysły, potrzeby Polonii nawet w ciągu ostatnich 13-15 lat bardzo się zmieniły. Przypomnę, że dawniej, w tych początkach Polacy z Polski uciekali z powodów ekonomicznych, na przykład do Brazylii, z powodów politycznych do innych państw. Później przy powstaniu, przy odrodzeniu państwa polskiego w 18 roku, no podkreślić trzeba wielką rolę Armii Hallera, Błękitnej Armii i to, że Polacy porzucili wygodne życie i włączyli się w tą walkę o niepodległość, o czym się bardzo często niestety zapomina. Druga wojna światowa i to, że kwiat polskiej inteligencji też musiał zostać za granicą, musiał pozostać na emigracji. Później po odzyskaniu wolności w 1989 roku pojawiła się ta opieka nad Polonią, państwa polskiego opieka nad Polonią, która moim zdaniem nawet w swojej definicji jest błędna. To znaczy my wspieramy Polonię, chcemy wspierać Polaków za granicą, a opieka ma nawet taką konotację słowną, że jest to jakaś grupa, która sobie sama nie radzi i dlatego trzeba się nią opiekować, trzeba jej pomagać. Niektórzy złośliwi mówią, że to czasem jest opieka paliatywna. Ja tak nie mówię, bo uważam, że to jest już nadużycie, ale rzeczywiście tutaj to wsparcie to jest jedna rzecz, a druga rzecz to jest budowanie takiego partnerskiego modelu współpracy, który będzie polegał na tym, że my wspieramy niektóre działania na różne sposoby, bo to jest i finansowe, i niefinansowe, to mogą być też działania jakieś polityczne w danych państwach, ale z drugiej strony też prosimy i wymagamy od Polonii, tutaj jeśli już mówimy takimi mocnymi słowami, tego, żeby ona była aktywna, żeby budowała pozycję Polski na świecie. No to jest mocne słowo, ale tak jak pan ambasador tutaj jest świetnym ambasadorem naszych spraw, ambasadorem naszego państwa w Wielkiej Brytanii, tak wszyscy państwo i cała Polonia jesteście państwo takimi ambasadorami narodu polskiego. To jest bardzo mocne słowo, ale tak jest, bo dzięki państwa opowieściom o Polsce Brytyjczycy będą wiedzieli, co się u nas dzieje, skąd w ogóle Polacy się w Wielkiej Brytanii czy w danych państwach wzięli. I to jest wielkie zadanie, żeby opowiadać o naszej historii, nawet w takim państwie jak Wielka Brytania, która czasem zapomina, jakie były tutaj zasługi Polaków dla utrzymania wolności Brytanii podczas II wojny światowej. Więc tutaj chcemy prosić o to, żeby wspierać nasze działania, żeby budować dobry wizerunek, ale bardzo ważnym elementem też jest utrzymanie tożsamości. I tutaj widzę panią prezes Polskiej Macierzy Szkolnej. To jest kilkaset szkół w Wielkiej Brytanii, które realnie utrzymują znajomość języka polskiego, polskiej historii, bo jeśli to zaniedbamy, jeśli tego nie będzie, i tu jest tak naprawdę nie tylko w Wielkiej Brytanii, ale na całym świecie, te środowiska edukacyjne mają gigantyczne znaczenie po to, żeby utrzymać znajomość tej więzi z Polską, żeby też przyjeżdżać do Polski z dziećmi, żeby je wysyłać. W przypadku starszych pokoleń emigracyjnych, to będą już przyjazdy do Polski w kolejnym pokoleniu, żeby zobaczyć, jak Polska dziś wygląda, jak się zmieniła. W przypadku tej najnowszej emigracji, to będą choćby kontakty z dziadkami, pradziadkami, z rodziną, która w Polsce jest i taki pobyt buduje niesamowitą więź z naszym państwem i stworzy później nam pokolenia, które będą dla Polski de facto pracowały, budując jej pozycję międzynarodową.
Pan Tomasz Lis zadał takie pytanie, nie co Polska może zrobić dla Polaków za granicą, ale co oni mogą zrobić dla Polski. W tym kontekście przypomina mi się taka historia, mianowicie w 1991 roku spotkałem takich dwóch Polaków, którzy urodzili się już w Stanach Zjednoczonych, młodzi, 20-paroletni, i po upadku komunizmu przyjechali do Polski, żeby wspomagać reformy. Zaczęli pracować w Ministerstwie Finansów jako doradcy i w pewnym momencie stwierdzili, że skoro w roku 1991 wypada 200. rocznica Konstytucji 3 maja, to jest to okazja, żeby powiedzieć o tym światu, żeby zrobić wielkie wydarzenie, zaprosić ludzi ze wszystkich krajów, ze Stanów Zjednoczonych. I okazało się, że oni się natknęli na mur niezrozumienia. Wszyscy patrzyli na nich wielkimi oczami. W ogóle nikt nie rozumiał, co to jest polityka wizerunkowa, dyplomacja historyczna. Wtedy zupełnie w Polsce nie istniała świadomość tego, jak takie wydarzenia można wykorzystywać w skali międzynarodowej. Jak się zmieniły rzeczy właśnie od tamtego czasu? Czy dzisiaj potrafimy wykorzystywać takie rocznice, takie wydarzenia, potrafimy korzystać z tego kapitału moralnego, jaki z naszej historii wynika właśnie na arenie międzynarodowej, czy też w dalszym ciągu jesteśmy w takich pewnych powijakach? Jak Polacy tutaj, którzy lepiej funkcjonują w tym krwiobiegu kulturowym, którzy wiedzą, jak funkcjonują te mechanizmy wizerunkowe, czy dzisiaj lepiej współpracują z państwem polskim, czy znajdują tam właśnie takich partnerów, jakich nie znajdowali ci moi rozmówcy ponad 30 lat temu? Panie Tomaszu.
Znaczy, wydaje mi się, że sytuacja diametralnie się polepszyła i właściwie jeśli chodzi o taką sytuację w naszej historii, w ogóle w stosunkach z Wielką Brytanią, bo tutaj się tylko na tym mogę skupić, może nigdy nie były tak dobre, wydaje mi się, i no jest to sytuacja dosyć bezprecedensowa, bo przecież w naszej historii z Wielką Brytanią, która no w sumie zawsze teoretycznie była naszym sojusznikiem, nie zawsze to się tak pięknie wszystko układało i nie zawsze byliśmy im po drodze. Natomiast teraz wyjątkowo jakoś ta sytuacja geopolityczna sprawia, że mamy taką, no, otworzyły się drzwi, które chyba nigdy się nie otwierały w przeszłości. Na pewno jest dużo lepiej, bo też i ostatnie, powiedzmy, 10 lat rządów w Polsce, ten nacisk na politykę historyczną i na przypominanie pewnych rzeczy i wracanie do nich i uświadamianie nie tylko Polakom, ale też światu, bardzo to się poprawiło. Natomiast no, wydaje mi się, że można by tu kilka takich punktów, jeżeli Polska czy państwo polskie chciałoby bardziej efektywnie realizować pewne swoje cele, no to na pewno są tu pewne takie działy czy kolumny, jak prawda, wspieranie biznesu i polskich firm, które na przykład młodych ludzi, którzy tutaj działają i na przykład by nawiązywali współpracę gospodarczą pomiędzy brytyjskimi firmami a polskimi. Instytucje kulturalne, dokładnie to samo. To jest praca dosyć ciężka, wymaga ludzi, którzy siedzą tutaj już od dłuższego czasu i mają doskonałe kontakty i rozumieją realia brytyjskie i powiedzmy są w stanie rozmawiać z dyrektorami muzeów czy instytucji kulturalnych i wtedy te właśnie wystawy, festiwale. Oczywiście artyści mają to do siebie, że po prostu robią swoje i żaden Christian Zimmerman czy nie wiem, Piotr Beczała nie potrzebuje żadnego wsparcia, po prostu robi to, co robi i przez tą sztukę swoją jest wielkim ambasadorem również kraju, z którego pochodzi. Ale pewne rzeczy można wspierać i na pewno to jest warte uwagi. I kolejna rzecz, wydaje mi się, że też jeśli chodzi o sfery akademickie, tutaj też dużo można by zrobić użyję może takiego brzydkiego słowa infiltracja jednostek tutaj uniwersyteckich, ale Chińczycy to robią znakomicie. Oczywiście oni mają ogromne na to środki i mnóstwo studentów na całym świecie, ale wspieranie nauki, sponsorowanie różnych projektów i instytutów studentów polskich, którzy tu są na pewno też w dużej ilości na najlepszych uczelniach. Wydaje mi się, że takie punktowe znajdywanie przez państwo polskie osób, które mogłyby efektywnie wpływać na wizerunek naszego państwa, reklamować, szpiegować, czy jakby cokolwiek to nazwać, na pewno byłoby to warte uwagi też. Także te rzeczy przychodzą mi do głowy, tak, że tak powiem, od razu, ale tak samo jeśli chodzi o publikacje historyczne, czy tłumaczenia książek naszej literatury, tutaj ciągle jest ogromne pole do popisu i oczywiście też turystyka, no bo to ludzie, którzy przyjeżdżają z Wielkiej Brytanii do Polski, zwykle są zachwyceni. Wydaje mi się, że tutaj też ze strony państwa polskiego mogłyby być jakieś może ułatwienia dla firm, które prowadzą taką działalność. Bo przecież no, wszyscy, co jeżdżą do Polski, wyjeżdżają z niej pełni zachwytu i zwykle odkrywają rzeczy, których nawet nie wiedzieli, że tam istnieją. Także, ale generalnie muszę powiedzieć, że jest bardzo duży postęp, ale tak, wydaje mi się, że jakaś bardziej taka biznesowy plan po prostu i potraktowanie tego całego materiału polonijnego w sensie takim właśnie jest tyle ludzi, tyle zdolnych ludzi i wymyślmy dokładnie, co chcemy osiągnąć i jakie chcemy uzyskać efekty, bo w przeciwnym razie jest to bardzo ogólnikowe, bo to każdy robi swoje, organizacje robią wspaniałą pracę, ale to też są zwykle organizacje często, które jakby wspierają polonijne sprawy i Polaków, natomiast niekoniecznie też mają możliwości, żeby wychodzić do Brytyjczyków z takimi pomysłami, a chodzi nam przecież głównie też o to, żeby to Brytyjczycy, czy Amerykanie, czy inni jak najwięcej wiedzieli o Polsce i mieli jak najlepsze mniemanie o nas. I my, żebyśmy mieli wpływ na politykę oczywiście międzynarodową i kształt wszystkiego.
Pamiętam, jak po upadku komunizmu ówczesny minister kultury Austrii, Erhard Buzek, powiedział: wy Polacy wychodzicie z tego komunizmu biedni, ale macie coś, czego nie ma nikt w Europie. Znaczy macie wielki kapitał moralny, który wynika z pewnej czystej karty, jaką wynieśliście z II wojny światowej. I on powiedział, że żaden naród nie wyniósł tak wielkiego kapitału moralnego z powodu swojej postawy podczas II wojny światowej jak Polacy. Minęło 30 lat i widzimy, że z tego kapitału moralnego w wielu miejscach świata już niewiele zostało, że do Polski, do narodu polskiego przybnęła taka łatka antysemitów, szmalcowników, grabieżców pożydowskiego mienia i tak dalej. Do tego dochodzą nowe zarzuty już z czasów współczesnych, że jesteśmy narodem ksenofobicznym, który nie chce przyjmować uchodźców, którzy chcą ze wschodu się dostać do naszego kraju i tak dalej, i tak dalej. I w związku z tym mam takie pytanie do pana Adama, czy rzeczywiście dysponujemy jeszcze dzisiaj takim kapitałem moralnym, o którym mówił minister Erhard Buzek, i czy jesteśmy w stanie na nim budować też swoją politykę wizerunkową, czy też musimy uznać, że sprawa jest pogrzebana i trzeba w inny sposób teraz starać się o odbudowę swojego wizerunku za granicą?
Myśmy tego kapitału nigdy tak naprawdę nie stracili. Nie można stracić dobrych czynów tylko dlatego, że ktoś uprawia politykę nienawiści w stosunku do państwa polskiego. Więc i z jedną rzeczą bym się nie zgodził, ten komunizm tak naprawdę chyba nie upadł. Oni się po prostu przefarbowali i dzisiaj świecą swoimi dumnymi twarzami na salonach europejskich. Więc poprzez to, że rozgrabili majątek narodowy w 89-90 latach, dzisiaj mają na tyle pieniędzy, żeby móc pracować politycznie i wygrywać co się da. Natomiast co do tego kapitału politycznego i
moralnego. Ja bym powiedział, że my go ciągle mamy i ciągle musimy używać. To nie jest to, czy my chcemy, czy nie chcemy używać. My musimy go używać. Na przekór wszelkim kłamstwom czy atakom w prasie. One się akurat w tej chwili, myślę, że ten sojusz ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi, który też ma swój wynik w naszym zaangażowaniu na Ukrainie, powoduje, że możemy zauważyć chyba dużo mniejszą, powiedzmy, częstotliwość tych napaści na Polskę i Polaków. Ja już chyba teraz nie za bardzo pamiętam nawet, kiedy ostatni raz usłyszałem o polskich obozach koncentracyjnych. Więc to jest dobry symptom. Nie powiem. On pewnie się odezwie za jakiś czas znowu, ale na razie jest cisza w tym temacie. No, pani Agnieszka Holland staje na głowie, żeby, prawda, uderzyć w Polskę i pewne kręgi polityczne na zachodzie Europy, które miały zawsze tendencję do komunizowania, prawdopodobnie podchwycą ten dzieło w cudzysłowie i będą się nim obnosili i mówili o tym, jacy to Polacy są straszni, a przy okazji oczywiście nie zauważą tego, że przyjmowali Ukraińców do własnych domów i przyjmują, ciągle ich przyjmują, więc tym musimy się chwalić, musimy o tym mówić. Natomiast jeżeli idzie o tą politykę państwa polskiego, tą politykę historyczną, ona jest naprawdę dużo lepsza niż była kiedykolwiek. Oczywiście zawsze można powiedzieć, że byłoby dobrze, by była jeszcze sprawniejsza. I tutaj może taka mała uwaga do tej akcji, którą rozpoczęto w Polsce rok temu, czyli kiedy Polska, nie, chyba w tym roku nawet, kiedy Polska złożyła notę dyplomatyczną w sprawie reparacji. Wiemy, że to jest bardzo długi proces i to się nie odbędzie z dnia na dzień. Niemniej przedwczoraj otrzymałem broszurę, taką cieniutką książeczkę, która zawiera kwintesencję naszych żądań w stosunku do Niemców. Otrzymałem ją, ona jest w języku angielskim, ta broszura, którą otrzymałem, i ja bym sobie życzył, żeby pan minister Mularczyk poprzez czy to jakąś fundację, czy poprzez MSZ nawet, dostarczył tą broszurę w różnych językach do różnych państw na świecie, tak żeby organizacje polonijne miały tych broszur po kilkadziesiąt, kilkaset sztuk i w swoim zakresie przekazywały je politykom, czy to australijskim, czy niemieckim, czy angielskim, bo jest to sposób na zapobieżenie temu, że w momencie, kiedy nastąpi kulminacja starań się o tę reparację, oczywiście nastąpi też atak, mówiąc o tym, że nic się nam nie należy. Więc tutaj zapobiegamy temu atakowi poprzez edukację polityków w krajach, w których mieszkamy, a my możemy to zrobić najlepiej. Polonia może to zrobić najlepiej, bo owszem, czy to konsul, czy ambasador w danym państwie ma swoje kontakty polityczne, ale konsul jest jeden, ambasador jest pojedynczą osobą. Nas są setki ludzi, którzy spotykają polityków lokalnych, polityków, których znamy od wielu, wielu lat, tych, którzy z nami współpracują i tych, którzy może nie za bardzo chcą z nami współpracować. Ale my ich spotykamy na różnych uroczystościach, niekoniecznie polonijnych, niekoniecznie polskich. Często też takich, które organizują władze australijskie. Więc my mamy tą okazję, żeby być tym ambasadorem i przekazać tego typu broszurę, która pokazuje kwintesencję tego, czego żądamy od Niemców w sprawie reparacji.
Teraz mam takie pytanie trochę z innej dziedziny, mianowicie wyjazdy Polaków za granicę wiążą się bardzo często z takim negatywnym zjawiskiem drenażu mózgów, że państwo polskie inwestuje w wykształcenie młodych ludzi, którzy potem wyjeżdżają i de facto pracują dla innego kraju, ale z drugiej strony oni później bardzo często robią kariery. Wielu z nich osiąga wysokie pozycje w świecie biznesu czy w świecie nauki. Bardzo wielu jest Polaków wśród wynalazców, którzy opatentowują nowe wynalazki. I teraz jest takie pytanie, czy państwo polskie ma taki pomysł, ma taką strategię, żeby tych Polaków jakoś przyciągać, bo wielu z nich nadal czuje się patriotami polskimi, chcieliby coś zrobić dla własnej ojczyzny. A czy Polska ma pomysł, żeby może jakoś ich zagospodarować, może wymyślić jakiś program, żeby te ich osiągnięcia, do których oni doszli, także pracowały na korzyść państwa polskiego?
To jest bardzo ważny problem. Tracimy bardzo wielu naukowców, bardzo wiele osób, które wykształciliśmy, które wyjeżdżają, bo mogą zrobić karierę, bo mogą na przykład brać udział w jakichś badaniach, których w Polsce nie zrobią, bo wreszcie mogą zarobić większe pieniądze. No to też jest pewien ważny element tej układanki. I teraz pierwszą rzeczą, którą musimy zrobić, to musimy przedstawić czy opowiedzieć tym Polakom, że w Polsce też można takie rzeczy robić. Bardzo wiele naszych uczelni już współpracuje na przykład z jakimiś uczelniami, ośrodkami badawczymi i wyjeżdżając na takie studia doktoranckie czy postdoktoranckie mogą nabyć wiedzę, a później do Polski wrócić. Wiem, że jest praca w Ministerstwie Edukacji i Nauki nad tym, żeby stworzyć taki program staży, czy wyjazdów, czy dofinansowania do studiów za granicą, ale później trzeba się, że tak powiem, Polsce za to odpłacić i to jest w miarę naturalne. Ale też spójrzmy z drugiej strony, to znaczy nie tyle oni wyjeżdżają, ile są zachęcani przez państwa, które drenują nas do tego, żeby tych Polaków zasysać. I to jest mądra polityka państw rozwiniętych, które dobierają sobie migrantów, którzy do nich trafiają. To jest tak, że no nie mówimy tylko o Wielkiej Brytanii, nie mówimy tylko o Stanach, mówimy też o Szwajcarii, o Niemczech. Każdy rynek wyszukuje sobie takie obszary, gdzie ma braki i dokładnie celując swoją politykę, no próbuje od nas podebrać pracowników, na przykład jeśli chodzi o zawody techniczne, o fryzjerów, kosmetyczki, jak ten zawód się nazywa, to na przykład bardzo wiele takich osób wyjeżdża do Niemiec, bo tam akurat takich pracowników brakuje i oni są tam ściągani przez granicę niedaleko. Jest to ułatwiane, są specjalne programy, które państwo niemieckie wprowadzało, żeby właśnie zachęcić do takiego przeprowadzania się. My działamy w drugą stronę, to znaczy wiedząc o tym, że tracimy tego typu pracowników, staramy się ich ściągać zza naszej wschodniej granicy. No bardzo ważnym mechanizmem tutaj była Karta Polaka i to, że sprowadzaliśmy i sprowadzamy i będziemy sprowadzać osoby, które mają związek z narodem polskim, osoby, które mają polskie korzenie, które do Polski wrócą, tak, przeprowadzą się, bo tak naprawdę oni się z Polski nigdy nie przeprowadzili, tylko granica się przesunęła, ale to jest taki nasz rezerwuar, żeby te, że tak powiem, rezerwowe osoby po utracie wyjeżdżających na zachód odzyskać. Chociaż rzeczywiście powinniśmy więcej uwagi skupić, i tutaj myślę, że musimy się jako państwo polskie uderzyć trochę w pierś, że powinniśmy budować więź z tymi, którzy z Polski wyjechali, zrobili za granicą kariery, bo to są nasi ambasadorowie, to są osoby o wysokiej pozycji, to są lekarze, to są naukowcy i kilkanaście osób takich znam, które o Polsce dobrze mówią, ale już mieszkają za granicą i pewnie się stamtąd nie przeprowadzą, nie wrócą, bo mają tam rodziny, bo ich dzieci się ożeniły z mieszkańcami tamtego kraju. I tutaj musimy opracować nie tyle projekt sprowadzenia ich z powrotem, do tego, żeby oni w jakiś sposób realny dla Polski pracowali i żeby opowiadali o Polsce prawdę, bo zupełnie inaczej będzie, jeśli jakiś uznany lekarz będzie o Polsce opowiadał, a zupełnie inaczej, jeśli, no tutaj nie ujmując nic innym zawodom, na przykład kierowca autobusu. Każdy może dotrzeć do innej grupy, to jest bardzo cenne i każdy może znaleźć taki sposób, żeby o tym opowiadać. Ja mam taką świetną anegdotę na temat jednego z lekarzy, bodajże w Australii, który mając swoją praktykę, powiesił na ścianach obrazy dotyczące polskiej historii, reprodukcję Matejki. Pod każdym z tych obrazów wisi taka informacja, czego to dotyczy, i jest opisana historia. I ci ludzie, którzy czekają w kolejce u lekarza, wiadomo, u lekarza zwykle się czeka w kolejce, czytają sobie te historie, pogłębiają swoją wiedzę i mówią: wow, nie wiedzieliśmy, że pod Wiedniem to wcale nie Austriacy akurat tutaj wspominani sami się obronili, tylko jednak ten wkład Polski był dość znaczący. Także tutaj wykorzystujmy każdą metodę i tak naprawdę każdy może tutaj tą historię opowiadać i to wykorzystujmy.
A czy jakimś problemem w tym wszystkim nie jest słaby stopień samoorganizacji społeczności polskiej? Na przykład Stany Zjednoczone. Wiadomo, że istnieje tam najliczniejsza polska diaspora. Ta Polonia jest, jak się mówi, najlepiej zorganizowana, ale jeżeli weźmiemy pod uwagę skład Kongresu Stanów Zjednoczonych, to właściwie nie ma tam w tej chwili żadnego kongresmena polskiego pochodzenia, który by się przynajmniej do tego przyznawał. Dość powiedzieć, że osobą, która osiągnęła najwyższe stanowisko pochodzące z wyboru w Stanach Zjednoczonych, jest w tej chwili członek Sądu Najwyższego stanu Wisconsin, pani Janet Protasiewicz, wybrana zresztą wiosną tego roku do tego gremium. I to pokazuje tą słabość organizacji polskiej społeczności za granicą. A jak to jest tutaj w Anglii? Pan George Byczyński, otwierając konferencję, mówił, że w Wielkiej Brytanii żyje ponad 1 milion Polaków, więc wydawać by się mogło, że jest to dosyć duża siła. W niektórych regionach ich liczebność dochodzi do 6-8%, ale czy to się właśnie przekłada na samoorganizację i na tworzenie pewnego propolskiego lobby w brytyjskim życiu publicznym?
Bardzo trudny temat, bo tak jak już wcześniej wspomniałem, chyba to wymaga definitywnie pewnego rodzaju integracji ze społeczeństwem brytyjskim i też wydaje mi się, że założenia, że jak wyjeżdża się do obcego kraju, przynajmniej ja takie miałem założenie, że nie po to jadę do Wielkiej Brytanii, to znaczy jadę po to, żeby poznać między innymi kulturę tego kraju i wejść w te struktury, czy w tą kulturę jak najbardziej, bo jest ona fascynująca i dlatego wyjechałem, prawda? Bo nie pojechałem po to, żeby, no może tak brutalnie to powiem, że nie po to, żeby poznawać znowu Polaków i iść do restauracji, pić piwo i rozmawiać o tym, co się dzieje w Warszawie, bo mogę to robić w Warszawie. I zresztą często to robię i jeżdżę do Polski nieustannie. Natomiast wydaje mi się, że właśnie to zainteresowanie tutejszymi sprawami, ono, no i wchodzenie właśnie w kulturę i w te struktury i dopiero wtedy właściwie można mieć chyba jakiś wpływ na jakieś decyzje, bo to jest taka trudna równowaga, bo w którymś z tych tutaj leafletów czy ulotek było właśnie pytanie, czy jak się integrować i zachować swoją tożsamość narodową, czy jest się Brytyjczykiem polskiego pochodzenia, czy Polakiem brytyjskiego pochodzenia, to jest dosyć interesujące. Wydaje mi się, że nigdy nie można tracić swojej tożsamości narodowej i każdy naród ma to do siebie, że jest unikatowy, unikalny i ma swoje cechy, które są dla niego całkowicie charakterystyczne i czy one są atrakcyjne dla innych, czy nie, to właściwie nie ma w gruncie rzeczy znaczenia, bo przecież nie musimy być kochani, czy nie musimy kochać wszystkich, ale wszystko to jest interesujące, więc to wchodzenie w społeczeństwo, do którego się migruje i wtapianie się jakby przy zachowaniu swojej tożsamości jest szalenie istotne. A to wymaga oczywiście tego, że no, ludzie robią kariery, nie wiem, starają się o pracę w różnych lekarze czy środki masowego przekazu, no jakkolwiek by to nazwać, w każdym razie no, nie jest to prosta sprawa, bo tak jak patrząc na naszą historię, tak jak wspomniałem wcześniej,
często są to osoby, które najlepiej reprezentują nasz kraj poza granicami, są to osoby, które często zupełnie są jakby poza systemem i robią to zupełnie od siebie, natomiast nie czyniły jakichś nadzwyczajnych wysiłków, żeby robić to ze strony jakiejś organizacji, także trudno jednoznacznie na to pytanie odpowiedzieć, bo to jest bardzo złożona rzecz. Na pewno wydaje mi się, że w Polsce, w Wielkiej Brytanii te imigracje ze względu na swoją charakterystykę, czy to powojenna, która to pokolenie już niestety troszkę odchodzi, potem ta zarobkowa też jakby ludzie, którzy tu przyjeżdżali po wejściu Polski do Unii Europejskiej, oni nie wydaje mi się, żeby ich założeniem było to, żeby wejść w środowiska brytyjskie i zrobić tutaj karierę taką, żeby potem móc wpływać na wizerunek Polski. Po prostu starali się zarabiać pieniądze i utrzymać swoją rodzinę. Niektórzy się zaasymilowali, niektórzy nie, niektórzy wrócili nawet do Polski. Znam takie małżeństwo z córką, którzy po prostu tutaj bardzo dobrze sobie radzili, ale zupełnie nie czuli się w Wielkiej Brytanii i po prostu stwierdzili, że jednak wrócą do Polski, zwłaszcza po zmianie teraz rządu, jakieś to było, nie wiem, 7 lat temu i stwierdzili, że w Polsce będzie im się lepiej żyło. I ja to właściwie rozumiem, bo oni po angielsku właściwie bardzo niewiele mówili i nie czuli się tutaj dobrze. I tacy oczywiście ludzie nie są w stanie w żaden sposób też budować polski wizerunku tutaj, bo nie mają narzędzi do tego, także to jest, nie wiem, właściwie chyba nie odpowiedziałem na Pana pytanie, więcej pytań zadaję niż daję odpowiedzi, bo to nie jest zbyt prosty temat.
Bo tutaj rzeczywiście Pan poruszył ważny problem tego nazewnictwa, bo to nie jest wbrew pozorom błahy spór, bo jak mówimy, tak myślimy, a jak myślimy, tak działamy, więc te definicje też są ważne i one wskazują na to napięcie pomiędzy integracją czy asymilacją niekiedy z społeczeństwem, w którym się funkcjonuje, a chęcią zachowania własnej tożsamości narodowej, ale z tym właśnie wiąże się też problem nieubłaganych statystyk, które mówią, że w trzecim pokoleniu, jeżeli obcokrajowcy się integrują, to następuje już asymilacja, wynarodowienie. I dlatego tak ważna jest ta samoorganizacja. I tutaj pytanie do gościa z Australii, z zupełnie innego kontynentu. Jak tam wygląda sprawa samoorganizacji polskiej społeczności, wpływu na tamtejsze życie publiczne, zachowania własnej tożsamości, bo to rzeczywiście jest dosyć trudne.
Kompleksowe pytanie, ale zacznijmy może od polityków i od tego, że mała społeczność polonijna w Australii, bo raptem 160 000, w jakichś może powiewach dobrego humoru 180, skupione w zasadzie przede wszystkim w dwóch głównych ośrodkach, czyli w Sydney i w Melbourne. Te populacje są około 40-45 tysięcy. Potrafiły jednak na przełomie lat wydać z siebie ludzi, którzy zostawali politykami australijskimi. I tak choćby nawet w tej chwili mamy w State Parliament of New South Wales człowieka, który jest polskiego pochodzenia i to już jest trzecia generacja, pan Borsak, który całkiem dobrze działa, jeżeli idzie o środowisko polonijne. Jedno ze środowisk polonijnych, może tak to powiemy. Mieliśmy jeszcze do niedawna, do ostatnich wyborów, parlamentarzystę, który był w parlamencie federalnym. Mamy przybranych synów, bym powiedział, narodu polskiego, jak Honorable David Clark, który był przez wiele, wiele lat w New South Wales Parliament, w Upper House.
Więc dlaczego mówię, że przybranych synów? Bo kiedykolwiek David mówi o Polsce, mówi to z takim uczuciem, że ja się wstydzę, że ja nie potrafię z takim entuzjazmem o Polsce opowiadać innym, a on to czyni. Więc myślę, że mamy te wpływy. Może one nie są wielkie, ale są. Na pewno długo też pracowano nad tym, żeby Polonię zdezintegrować. Mówię o latach jeszcze przed sierpniem 80 roku, czy po sierpniu 80 roku jest słynna dyrektywa Kiszczaka. Jedźcie tam, wysyłajcie swoich ludzi, oni niech się dorobią i niech wchodzą w organizacje polonijne i niech je przejmują. Wygłosił to do oficerów Służby Bezpieczeństwa bodajże w 1985 roku, o ile mnie pamięć się zawodzi. Więc to wszystko doprowadziło do tego, że ta społeczność polonijna może w tym sensie politycznym nie jest jakoś zwarta i nie potrafi zadbać o to, żeby z siebie, ze swoich synów czy córek wybrać jedną czy jednego po to, żeby nas reprezentował, czy to w Kongresie Stanów Zjednoczonych, czy w parlamencie angielskim, czy w Reichstagu nawet, tak, w Niemczech. Cóż tam jeszcze takiego było? O co pan pytał?
No właściwie chodziło o budowanie tego propolskiego lobby, na ile to się udaje, bo raz, że ludzie są wybierani do ciał reprezentacyjnych, ale dwa, czy im udaje się pracować na rzecz poprawienia wizerunku Polski, tworzenia w ogóle pewnej grupy wpływu i nacisku na rzecz Polski.
To są też małe stopnie. No, tutaj widzieliśmy, choćby nawet przedwczoraj, posła Kawczyńskiego, który zorganizował ten event o reparacjach w Westminster Palace i tego typu kroki są czynione na całym świecie przy wsparciu polskich służb konsularnych, ambasad. Czasami robią to organizacje polonijne na własną rękę. Lobbying to było zagadnienie, o którym po raz pierwszy w moim życiu polonijnym usłyszałem, jak tylko wylądowałem w Australii. Wtedy dwa obozy powojenne żołnierzy, oficerów Wojska Polskiego, które nie żyły z sobą za dobrze. Jedni to byli od Romana Dmowskiego, drudzy od marszałka Piłsudskiego. Nie za bardzo się kochali, ale w sprawach polskich. I tu byłem świadkiem takiego wydarzenia. Jechał do PRL-u nowy ambasador australijski, zwołał zebranie w jednym z klubów polskich właśnie tej zaangażowanej Polonii i w tych sprawach polskich, w nakreślaniu kierunku, jak ten ambasador ma się w Polsce zachowywać, żeby nie przyniósł ujmy Australii, ale też nie spoufalał się z komunistami, brzmieli tak samo, bez względu na to, jakie mieli poglądy. Oni się na co dzień nie kochali, ale w sprawach polskich brzmieli identycznie. Życzyłbym sobie tego dzisiaj. Niestety ludzie, którzy dzisiaj tworzą Polonię, nie są tak zorientowani na sprawy polskie. Jest obóz patriotyczny, obóz, który będzie polonijny, który zawsze będzie dbał o dobre imię Polski i Polaków. I jest obóz, który cokolwiek by im nie powiedzieć, to zawsze będą krzyczeć, że w Polsce nie ma praworządności, że konstytucja jest łamana i na to nic niestety na tą chwilę na pewno nie poradzimy.
Polscy emigranci za granicą bardzo często stoją przed takim życiowym dylematem. Pytają, co robić dalej, czy wracać, czy zostać, ale jeżeli zostać, to na jakich zasadach, czy się integrować, czy asymilować, czy tworzyć diasporę. W każdym razie tych możliwości jest bardzo wiele. I pytanie do pana Jana Badowskiego, które z tych procesów powinno państwo polskie wspierać, a którym przeciwdziałać? Jakie postawy wspierać, a których nie?
Myślę, że na pewno nie możemy wspierać takiej czystej asymilacji, bo wtedy będziemy tracić tą tożsamość co jest pewnie naturalne, ale no chcemy jednak, żeby te osoby, które trafiają za granicę, żeby jednak miały tą tożsamość, żeby miała kontakt z Polską. W dzisiejszych czasach to jest dużo prostsze, bo też przypomnijmy, że jeśli ktoś wyjeżdżał do takiej Australii w latach 80., to wiadomo było, że jest to bilet w jedną stronę. Wiadomo było, że nie wiadomo było, ile jeszcze potrwa komunizm, ale w latach 80. nie wyglądało na to, żeby on miał się za chwilę zawalić. I no, ta świadomość pewnie tego, że żegnamy się na zawsze z naszymi znajomymi, no musiała być dużym wstrząsem. Ja sobie tego dzisiaj nie wyobrażam. No dzisiaj mamy wyjazd do takiej Wielkiej Brytanii, czy nawet do Australii, gdzie leci się, do Australii nie, ale do Wielkiej Brytanii, gdzie leci się dość szybko, gdzie mamy już rozwiniętą technikę, jeśli chodzi na przykład o rozmowę wideo, których ja sobie w młodości nawet nie wyobrażałem, a dzisiaj to już jest standard, że przez komórkę się rozmawia, widząc drugą osobę. No ta technika nam bardzo ułatwia ten kontakt i tak naprawdę dzięki temu możemy zachować tą tożsamość dużo łatwiej. To już nie jest taki wyjazd na bezludną wyspę, gdzie no, trzeba szukać kogoś, kto jest Polakiem, z nim się integrować i budować tą małą Polskę, bo to nawet ta nazwa ładna, Nasza Polonia, no to jest takie pokazanie, że to jesteśmy my, że my się integrujemy. No przecież Polacy po II wojnie światowej, tracąc kontakt z krajem, tracąc kontakt ze swoimi najbliższymi, najczęściej no już nie mieli możliwości powrotu do Polski. Zwłaszcza ci, którzy o Polskę walczyli, no jeśli wracali do Polski, trafiali do więzienia w okresie stalinizmu i prawdopodobnie no to by się dla nich tragicznie skończyło, więc budowali sobie taką Polskę tutaj. I tych dzieł jest bardzo dużo. No mamy takie organizacje, które powstawały, nie powiem, że jak grzyby po deszczu, ale ich było bardzo dużo. No to są stowarzyszenia polskich kombatantów. No w tej chwili to już są potomkowie tych kombatantów, ale wtedy to były grupy, które no realnie walczyły wcześniej o wolność. To są szkoły polskie, to są macierze szkolne, zrzeszenia nauczycieli, organizacje oświatowe. To są wreszcie różne inne grupy harcerskie na przykład, które przechowały ten patriotyzm poza Polską. No, też przypomnę, że tutaj działający, czy z siedzibą w Londynie Związek Harcerstwa Polskiego poza granicami kraju, to jest organizacja harcerska, powstała na początku XX wieku w Polsce i ona, tak jak rząd londyński przechował legalną władzę, tak samo to była legalna organizacja harcerska. Ten ZHP, który w tej chwili w Polsce działa, to jest, niektórzy złośliwi mówią, ZHP rok założenia 1956 i tak faktycznie było. Więc te organizacje, które przetrwały, które przechowywały polskość, miały gigantyczne znaczenie i nadal mają. I dopóki one będą trwać, dopóki one będą działać, dopóki Państwo będziecie się w nie angażować i budować przy jakimś tam mniejszym bądź większym wsparciu państwa polskiego, to ta polskość będzie tutaj trwała. Najgorsze, co może być, to jeśli uznamy, że trzeba się uczyć języka angielskiego, zapomnieć o tych korzeniach, bo skoro mieszkamy w Anglii, to znaczy, że wybraliśmy, że jesteśmy Anglikami. I to właśnie skończy się w kolejnym pokoleniu taką stopniową, a może nawet bardzo szybką asymilacją. No ja znam takie rodziny, niestety, też w mojej tam najbliższej okolicy, które wyjechały do Wielkiej Brytanii po 2004 roku i swoją konsekwentną decyzją uczą dzieci porozumiewania się tylko po angielsku, co skończy się właśnie brakiem więzi z krajem, brakiem więzi z dziadkami i tutaj no, stracimy takie osoby. To jest taka piękna reklama, która kiedyś powstała, to było, nie będę mówił jaka, bo to będzie blokowanie produktu, ale takiego dziadka, który dostaje w paczce kurs języka angielskiego, on się uczy i po roku wyjeżdża tam gdzieś, chyba właśnie do Anglii, spotyka się z takim małym chłopcem i mówi: "Oh, I'm your grandfather", tak? I jest wzruszenie, że ma tę więź. Ale jest taka druga reklama w ramach przez nas wspieranego projektu, zapomniałem w tej chwili nazwy, identyczna reklama z identycznym w zasadzie aktorem, gdzie ten dziadek nie uczy się języka, tylko wyjeżdża do Wielkiej Brytanii, spotyka się ze swoim wnuczkiem i dzwoni do swojej rodziny, mówi: "Słuchajcie, no ten wnuczek nie potrafi się do mnie odezwać, nie zna języka. I tutaj to nie zachęcajmy dziadka do tego, żeby się uczył języka polskiego, angielskiego, tylko uczmy nasze dzieci polskiego, żeby one miały ten więź z krajem, bo to im daje też szansę do tego, żeby kiedyś do Polski przyjechać, a może nawet wrócić, tak? Bo mamy bardzo dużo projektów związanych ze studiowaniem w Polsce i zachęcamy do tego, żeby do tej Polski przyjechać. Studia w Polsce są już na dość wysokim poziomie, ale, i tutaj duże ale, bez znajomości języka polskiego studiować w Polsce będzie bardzo trudno. Więc tutaj zachęcamy, mamy macierz szkolną, mamy różne inne organizacje, wysyłajmy dzieci do polskich szkół.
Tych wątków związanych ze wspieraniem Polonii przez państwo polskie jest bardzo wiele i może ktoś z Państwa obecnych na sali miałby jakieś pytania związane z tym zagadnieniem do naszych panelistów. Jeżeli tak, to właśnie teraz jest czas, żeby takie pytania zadać. O, widzę Pan. To może podam mikrofon, żeby było słychać.
Dzień dobry, mam na imię Janusz, jestem tutaj 16 lat, pracuję na Angielskiej Organizacji Charytatywnej. Mam prośbę do Państwa z Konsulatu Polskiego, czy można by było jeszcze raz zorganizować targi pracy dla Polaków, które odbyły się parę lat temu w Centrum Kongresowym Elizabeth na Westminster. Dziękuję bardzo, bo to jest bardzo ważne. Druga informacja, powiem szczerze, ja jestem tutaj 16 lat i moja mama ma demencję starczą. Ja kocham Anglię, ale ze względu na stan zdrowia będę musiał za parę miesięcy wrócić do Polski. Nawet jeżeli. Dziękuję.
Ja tylko dodam do tego, że targi pracy to była jedna z takich właśnie inicjatyw, która promowała przyjazdy Polaków z powrotem do Polski, ponieważ często Polacy chcą wrócić, ale nie do końca wiedzą, jak się do tego zabrać i jak taką pracę znaleźć.
Ja może odpowiem, z konsulatu nie jestem, ale no jest mi bliska ta tematyka. Oczywiście coś takiego jak targi pracy się odbywało.
Ja pamiętam, że to było bardzo, bardzo dobre i wiele osób właśnie chwaliło to, tylko że było za mało układu. Ja się dosłownie dowiedziałem 12 godzin przed targami.
Ale tam w pewnym momencie mieliśmy jeszcze pewne problemy związane z koronawirusem, później z wojną na Ukrainie, więc generalnie do tematu na pewno jako państwo polskie wrócimy, bo jest to bardzo cenne. Drugą kwestią są te ułatwienia powrotowe. Zachęcam do tego, żeby wejść na stronę powroty.gov.pl. Tam są informacje na temat tego, jak do Polski wrócić. Zresztą cały czas tworzone są takie specjalne ulgi, pomysły, jak zachęcić do tego, żeby do Polski się przeprowadzić razem z biznesem, razem z rodziną, bo nam też na tym oczywiście zależy. Jest bardzo dużo osób, które mieszkały w Wielkiej Brytanii, które po sytuacji związanej z Brexitem postanowiły wręcz do Polski wrócić, bo okazało się, że funkcjonowanie tutaj nie jest tak łatwe i wygodne, jak się wydawało. Ale też jedna ważna informacja statystyczna to to, że w tym roku więcej osób do Polski wróciło niż z niej wyjechało. To też jest pewien sygnał, że w Polsce dzieje się coraz lepiej i że można już wracać, bo też pamiętajmy, że 2004, 2015 i kolejne lata te wyjazdy były motywowane tym, że w Polsce nie było pracy, że sytuacja gospodarcza była słaba, a teraz sytuacja w Polsce gospodarcza jest dużo lepsza. Bezrobocie w zasadzie jest na takim poziomie, że poszukujemy pracowników, więc ta przesłanka do wyjazdu się skończyła. Więc tutaj zachęcamy, bo naprawdę w Polsce nie jest źle. Ja też tutaj sobie zdaję sprawę, że już kolejne pokolenia mają coraz trudniej, ale ci, którzy wyjechali w ostatniej fali, czy w ostatnich falach po 2004 roku, to jest jeszcze ten moment, że do Polski można wrócić, przeliczywszy sobie też wszystkie związane z tym kwestie takie techniczne czy wychowawcze, no bo jeśli dziecko poszło do szkoły i jest już w 2., 3. klasie, to przesadzać się, nieładnie mówiąc, z korzeniami jest dużo trudniej, ale no, na pewno łatwiej jest to zrobić teraz na początku szkoły podstawowej niż gdzieś tam w high school, gdzie to dziecko będzie już tutaj bardzo mocno zintegrowane i nie będzie chciało po prostu wyjechać, tak? Więc tutaj takie rodzinne uwarunkowania też są ważne. Dziękuję.
Ja jeszcze chciałem tylko jedną rzecz
powiedzieć z doświadczenia ze znajomymi. Ostatnio właśnie rozmawiałem, mieszkałem w Poznaniu. Oni studiowali w Stanach Zjednoczonych i akurat tutaj koleżanka biotechnologię, doktorat robiła i niestety, ale nie była w stanie robić badań w Polsce, więc wyjechali do Cornell i tam zrobiła doktorat, natomiast wróciła i teraz wykłada na Akademii Ekonomicznej, więc zmieniła jakby branżę, bo stwierdziła, że w nauce nie będzie w stanie realizować tego, co chciała, natomiast mają dzieci. Zresztą nie chcieli też zostawać w Stanach, bo stwierdzili, że z trójką dzieci wolą je wychowywać w Polsce, ale średnia córka teraz właśnie na medycynę się wybiera i też zastanawiali się, czy za granicą nie wysłać, ale stwierdzili, że wyślą tylko na staż, akurat do szpitala w Oxfordzie. Natomiast stwierdzili, że lepiej jednak będzie, jak będzie to tylko staż, a studia będzie robić w Polsce, ponieważ kiedy zrobić te studia medycyny w Polsce, będzie jej dużo łatwiej wejść w struktury, powiedzmy, służby zdrowia czy szpitali i praktyk różnych w Polsce, niż gdyby robiła te studia za granicą, chociażby w Wielkiej Brytanii czy Stanach i potem próbowała wrócić do Polski. Więc tu wydaje mi się, trend jest bardzo dobry, ale też może jest sygnał, że nie zawsze osoby, które powiedzmy studiowały za granicą, potem jak chcą wracać do Polski, to te sprawy nie tylko wejścia w, że tak powiem, strukturę, ale też może biurokracji nie zawsze sprzyjają, prawda? No bo te systemy nie zawsze, no wiadomo, nie jest to idealnie prosto zrobić, że wszystko idealnie współpracuje, ale no, muszę powiedzieć, że łatwiej jest często tutaj na przykład dostać posadę na uczelni wyższej, nie mając doktoratu, natomiast w Polsce, żeby zostać profesorem, no niestety są wymagane pewne papiery, które często no, zupełnie nie mają wspólnego nic z doświadczeniem czy osiągnięciami danego osobnika. Więc tutaj wspaniale, że oni zostają w Polsce, dziecko będzie jednak, ale właśnie tak zastanowiła mnie ten drobiazg, który jest dosyć istotny, który też wydaje mi się no jest czymś, co można by może kiedyś poprawić, bo ułatwiłoby to na pewno życie wielu Polakom, którzy rzeczywiście chcą wrócić do Polski, ale no, te biurokratyczne sprawy są dosyć problematyczne.
Jeszcze może jedno takie roszczeniowe spojrzenie na politykę państwa polskiego. Więc jest też grupa osób, które wyjechały w latach 80., które dzisiaj osiągają wiek emerytalny. I część z tych ludzi, nie wszyscy, bo często i gęsto mają już wnuki wychowane w Australii, czy w Anglii, czy w Niemczech i nie bardzo mają ochotę zostawiać te dzieci tam w Australii, wracać do Polski, gdzie żyłoby się z kolei dziadkom lepiej. Niemniej jest jedna rzecz, żeby ich zdopingować, która może ich zdopingować, żeby jednak wracali do Polski, to trzeba chyba na nowo przemyśleć umowy międzynarodowe pomiędzy państwem polskim, a na przykład Australią, i zastanowić się, jak te umowy poprawić. Na przykład Grecy czy Włosi mieszkający w Australii, wracający do Włoch, nie muszą płacić żadnego podatku na ZUS, bo płacili go całe życie na Medicare, płacili całe życie w Australii, więc ta umowa załatwia to, że rząd australijski musi zadbać o to, żeby ci obywatele australijscy mieszkający teraz w Grecji na stare lata czy we Włoszech mieli opiekę medyczną, a państwo greckie z kolei tą opiekę, żeby z miłą chęcią udzielało tej opieki. I tutaj trzeba by było chyba troszeczkę pomyśleć o tym, czy te umowy, które egzystują, które były podpisane powiedzmy z 20, 30 nawet lat temu, czy nad tymi się nie należy trochę pochylić i porozmawiać i renegocjować.
Jeszcze ostatnie pytanie tutaj.
Pani jeszcze chciała.
Pani miała.
Dziękuję. Dzień dobry, Elżbieta Zaraz, witam Państwa. Ja mam pytanie, które dotyczy dziecka polskiego. Zdajemy sobie sprawę, że wyjazd z Polski czy powrót do Polski jest zawsze decyzją rodziców, ludzi dorosłych. Znamy przypadek w polskiej macierzy szkolnej, że rodzice 5-krotnie wracali do Polski, później przyjeżdżali do Anglii.
Wszystko słychać.
Jest okej.
Tak.
Wręcz. Później znów jechali do Polski i to dziecko ze sobą, trójkę dzieci ze sobą tam z powrotem zabierali. Pytanie dotyczy edukacji w Polsce. Jakie jest wsparcie dla takich dzieci? Słyszymy bardzo dużo głosów, że te dzieci nie radzą sobie w szkołach. Szkoła polska w Wielkiej Brytanii, choć doskonała, fantastyczna, dba o kulturę, dba o tożsamość dziecka, nie zawsze jest w stanie sprostać wymogom później edukacji w Polsce. Jakie programy wspomagające dziecko polskie w Polsce, na co mogą rodzice liczyć, kiedy po prostu biorą z korzeniami dzieciaka i rzucają na głębokie wody w Polsce?
Dziękuję za to pytanie, bo jest bardzo ważne, takie życiowe, tak? Dla osób, które chcą się przeprowadzać, żeby dziecko się zaadoptowało, bo też znamy takich rodziców, którzy wracali właśnie dlatego, że dziecko sobie tam nie poradziło. Wiem, że dużo pracy to Ministerstwo Edukacji, które wprowadziło tak zwany rok przejściowy. I jeśli dziecko trafia do Polski i wie, że ma problem z językiem, to może dostać dodatkowe lekcje języka polskiego, żeby się wdrożyć w ten system. No, nic niestety nie zastąpi tego, żeby to dziecko poznało swoich rówieśników, współpracowało z nimi, czy tam tworzyło jakieś środowisko, bo tak naprawdę to jest to najcenniejsze, co w szkole będzie się tworzyło, czyli te przyjaźnie, te znajomości, to, że dziecko będzie się tam po prostu dobrze czuło. I tutaj takie rozwiązania też, z tego co wiem, jakieś tam pomocy psychologicznej są wprowadzane w Polsce, żeby się lepiej adoptowało to dziecko. A jeśli są jakieś takie przypadki szczególne, które są problematyczne, to prosimy je tutaj do nas zgłaszać i będziemy próbowali je rozwiązać.
Proszę Państwa, niezmiernie dziękuję za tą jakże ważną dyskusję. Myślę, że wiele mogliśmy się nauczyć. Przypominam również, że jest transmisja online, także jeśli uważacie Państwo, że macie jakichś znajomych, czy to w Wielkiej Brytanii, czy to na całym świecie i chcecie im przesłać link, to potrzebują na Facebooku wyszukać Polska Wielki Projekt i tam będą mogli się podłączyć do naszych kolejnych paneli. Będziemy teraz przechodzić na przerwę lunchową, ale chciałem się tylko jeszcze odnieść do jednej rzeczy, mianowicie pan Gajkowski wspominał, iż w parlamencie brytyjskim zorganizowaliśmy zaledwie 2 dni temu wystawę na temat polskich strat wojennych podczas II wojny światowej. Mamy to szczęście, że ta wystawa została przeniesiona również tutaj, także w drugiej sali lunchowej ci z Państwa, którzy tylko słyszeli o tej wystawie, będą mogli ją zobaczyć. Są tam również broszurki i w języku polskim, i w języku angielskim, które warto promować, ponieważ jest to bolesna część historii, ale ważna, bo żeby się uczyć o przyszłości, trzeba znać swoją przyszłość. Także niezmiernie dziękuję dla panelistów. Jeszcze raz gromkie brawa. I spotykamy się tutaj z powrotem za około godzinę czasu.
Again,
Yeah.
I hope
Yeah.
you've enjoyed
There's a
your
ferry, right?
lunch.
A ferry.
We are now on to the second panel. Second panel, just as important as the previous one. We will be discussing Polonia for Poland, the role of Polonia in Polish-British relations. As we've learned before, we have enormous, incredible, fantastic activists and people of success, whether they're entrepreneurs, whether they're in politics, whether they're elsewhere, but they're a little bit like little islands all around the place. What can be done for this enormous energy, for this fantastic group of Polish people to contribute more to the Polish-British relations? And those who are already so successful, how can they share their experiences and their knowledge with others to follow in the footsteps or create something even greater? We will have very special speakers in this panel. Professor Piotr Wilczek, the ambassador of the Republic of Poland to the United Kingdom. Please, welcome. Mr. Daniel Kawczyński, member of the UK Parliament, Conservative Party. Daniel Kawczyński chairs the all-party parliamentary group on Poland as well, an enormously important body within the UK's parliament that has over 90 members from the Commons and the Lords. Magda Harvey, the White Eagle Appeal. Magda Harvey heads a very important White Eagle Club in Balham. Her work over years and decades has been really appreciated by thousands and thousands of Poles, but recently also Ukrainians. It was the Polish club in Balham that was led by Magda Harvey and other wonderful people that collected so much most important support, especially at the beginning of that conflict, for which Magda Harvey was awarded the British Empire Medal as one of very few Poles who have ever received that, which is of great importance. The moderator of today's panel will be Professor Michał Łuczewski, the Vice President of the Poland Great Project Foundation. Welcome. Professor Łuczewski, who I've met in Oxford, I've met him in Poland, he's everywhere promoting the important Polish-British relations and not only. And as I haven't properly maybe introduced, the Polish ambassador has taken over this position in such a difficult time. It was 14th of February, almost a week before the invasion of Russia against Ukraine. So perhaps not fully settled in his job, Professor Wilczek had a great test to help Ukraine as much as possible, to create channels of communications between Britain, Poland, and Ukraine. And he's been doing this absolutely amazingly, but there is a lot of more hard work. So from these distinguished speakers right now, we will learn. And at the end of this discussion, we'll have a chance to ask them a few questions. What are their struggles? What are their issues? What can they share with others? So I wish you an interesting discussion.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. As you see, we switched to the other language, to English, and then we'll continue this panel in English, although we could all speak in Polish if we wanted. There are two meanings of Polonia. There's Polonia in our title, Polonia for Poland, and we'll be talking about Polish-British relations, but there are two meanings. One is, of course, Polish diaspora, and the other is Polonia as the embodiment of Polishness, of Poland. She's sometimes pictured as a beautiful, suffering woman. So I want to draw your attention to that double meaning. On the one hand, diaspora, something that seems to be on the margins. On the other hand, something that embodies, that is a symbol of Polishness, is a distilled Polishness. And maybe we can fuse those two meanings, saying that Polish diaspora, Polonia, is actually the embodiment of Polonia, of Polska. So this is where actually Poland is to be found in a distilled form. And we cannot speak about Poland, about Polonia, without taking into consideration the whole nexus of relations. So relations between Polonia and Poland, Polonia and Britain, and also Polish-British relations as such. And we cannot speak about the role of Polonia without people who enact those roles, without our distinguished panelists and guests, because otherwise, the role would be something abstract. It has to be played out. It has to be enacted. So I would like to start with Professor Wilczek by asking him, what is his contribution to Polish-British relations? This is more on a personal note. So how a Pole with a distinguished career both in diplomacy as well as in academia, and I was at the same time at the Warsaw University where Professor Wilczek was, so there's also a connection between us. So where do you see your biggest contribution to Polish-British relations? And I'm asking you because we want to get to know, and also, as George said, we want also to follow into your footsteps. I mean all of the panels. So the first question goes to you.
So I understand that I have my mic and you can hear me. Is it? No? No, I have, so I should use both, right?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So now it works. Well, it'll be very difficult for me to talk about my contribution, and so other people may talk about my contribution. What I should say, first of all, yes, I'm still professor of the University of Warsaw, like Michał, but I'm currently on leave, a very long sabbatical. It's been almost 7 years, first in the United States, and as Jerzy said, from the 14th of February in the United Kingdom. As also Jerzy said in his introduction, when I arrived, it was just 10 days before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the full-scale invasion, because we must remember that this Russian illegal presence in Ukraine has been since 2014, since the invasion of Crimea. Many people in Europe and in the world forgot about it and didn't think about it, that it was a continued process. But what happened in 2022 in February was a full-scale invasion. And a few days before, at the end of the previous week, I had the honor to participate in a meeting of my president, Andrzej Duda, and Boris Johnson. And I remember very well this meeting when we are asking these questions, what if there is a full-scale invasion? Because everyone knew that something could happen. So I decided to, when I arrived in London, actually before I arrived in London, I decided to have my first meeting. It was kind of against the protocol. The first meeting in London with the Ukrainian ambassador, my very good friend, Vadim Pristajko, who is unfortunately leaving London very soon. But we've had great cooperation in the last 1.5 years. So my first breakfast in London, even before going to my own embassy, was a breakfast with Vadim, whom I knew from Washington when he was arriving as Ukraine's foreign minister. And as you know, Ukrainian-Polish cooperation has been very good for many years. Also, when I was in Washington as Poland's ambassador, we worked very closely against the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, in favor of sanctioning Nord Stream 2 pipeline, together with Ukraine, and also Vadim Pristajko was a part of that, and our foreign minister. So in my career, Ukrainian-Polish relations were very important when I arrived, and so that's one of the reasons. The second reason of this unusual visit was that we all felt that something would happen. So my mission was, since day one, has been very much about supporting Ukraine, about cooperation of Poland, Ukraine, and the United Kingdom. There is even a formal agreement, a cooperation agreement between the three countries of course, other countries joined, but what we have been observing under the leadership of Boris Johnson and Liz Truss and now Rishi Sunak, that the position of the United Kingdom is steadfast, is very very much in favor of supporting Ukraine until Ukraine wins, and this is the position of Poland, and this has been very helpful. That to be ambassador in a country where there is a full support for Ukraine and for Poland, because as everyone knows, Poland is a frontline country, and for us to see that the United Kingdom thinks about this war as a threat for European security, not just a war, a local war in Eastern Europe, a threat for European security. This has been very important and very helpful for my work. So what I wanted to say, is that our cooperation with the United Kingdom was very much about defense, security, humanitarian support for Ukraine. And in this respect, the role of the Polish community was very important. And Magda Harvey is one of the examples, excellent examples of how it worked. That at that time this was the most important thing we could do, and what the Polish community could do to support Poland in our support for Ukrainian refugees, to support Poland, to support Ukraine directly. So this was not my plan really to focus so much on this issue, but that's what happened. Together with the Ukrainian ambassador, with other ambassadors also within the European Union delegation, all our conversations, our efforts were about this war and what can we do to stop the Russians, to support Ukraine. So I don't know what my contribution is, but this was that's what I've been really doing for the last 1.5 years. Of course, there were many other issues. Polish-British relations are thriving. There are many meetings and visits. We have great cooperation in cybersecurity and defense, but also culture, also in research. So I met lots of Polish activists, Polish entrepreneurs who are very active and very helpful. And so that's maybe we'll continue later about the role of Poles in the United Kingdom. Speaking of Polonia, I've just checked in the Oxford English Dictionary. There is no such word in the Oxford English Dictionary. So if we want to have it official, we have to start a lobbying campaign to include Polonia as an official English, not only Latin or Italian word. If we want Polonia to mean Polish diaspora, I think we should approach the Oxford University Press.
So, well, it's a political, maybe a start of an important campaign, mobilization campaign, to change something in Oxford University Dictionary. Professor Wilczek, as a diplomat, didn't answer the question about the contribution to Polish-British relations. But if they are thriving, if they are probably the best, surely much better than they were before, I think that we know whom we should attribute that success to. But I'm looking at Daniel. Maybe you know some contribution of Ambassador Wilczek to Polish-British relations, and then I'll ask you about your contribution.
I can talk about his contribution.
Oh yes, so that's it.
Well, thank you very much. And I mean, obviously, I've been a member of Parliament for nearly 19 years now, representing Shrewsbury. I'm on my 5th term of office, so I've seen a lot of Polish ambassadors come and go over the last 20 years. And I have to say, when we had an event in the House of Commons on Thursday, to highlight the destruction of Poland during the Second World War, I described Professor Wilczek as the best ambassador that Warsaw has sent to London in the 20 years that I've been a politician. And I mean it. This relationship, I mean, what do we Poles have to do? We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to learn from history, and we need to create the strongest possible alliances, military alliances with key capitals around the world like Washington and London in order to protect ourselves, or to try to protect ourselves in the eventuality of further naked aggression from Russia. Piotr Wilczek has been sent as ambassador of RP to Washington and the Bahamas. And now he's come from having served in Washington for 4 years, he's been sent to the Court of St. James. Very clever move by MSZ, if I may say so, because they've selected obviously a very articulate, highly credible Polish diplomat to serve first in Washington and then in London. And what I would like to say is, in addition to him being a brilliant diplomat, I would like to point out that you are seeing, as the ambassador has said, tremendous cooperation, unprecedented, between London and Warsaw and Washington in the face of this aggression towards Ukraine. And what we are starting to prove, and not everybody will agree with me in this room, and you know, some people will be upset with what I'm going to say, but what we are proving, and we want to continue to prove, is that we do not need to be in the European Union in order to have close bilateral cooperation with Warsaw. Now, some people said to us, that's impossible. You can't have close relations with Warsaw if you're going to leave the European Union. Well, actually, in reality, we are already proving that. And it's in stark contrast, if I may say so, to Germany. Ostensibly, Poland's closest ally at the moment ought to be, or should be, theoretically Germany, being in the European Union. And yet Germany is behaving, in my view, in a very dangerous, selfish and aggressive way towards Warsaw. We had many campaigns in the House of Commons to try to prevent the Nord Stream 2 pipeline and to try to implement sanctions. Can you believe that Berlin wanted to give Moscow an umbilical cord to the heart of Europe, bypassing countries like Poland? You couldn't make it up. And the Poles have shown the Poles have been very pioneering. If you really think about the Polish government, they started to buy liquefied gas. They built the liquefied gas terminal in Świnoujście years ago. They understood the dangers of being over-dependent on Russian energy supplies. And the Poles were the first to say, no, actually, even though it may cost us a little bit more, we're going to buy our energy supplies from America, liquefied gas from America, another NATO partner, and Norway. And they're building a pipeline directly to Norway. And I think when you are a member of NATO, an exclusive club of 32 nations, an organization that hasn't lost a square inch of territory since its inception over 75 years ago. When you are a member of this exclusive club comes responsibilities. And I think Poland is showing more than any other country, whether it's spending, I think she's going to be spending 4% of GDP on defense. So whether it's spending the prerequisite amount of money on defense, whether it's buying your energy supplies from fellow NATO partners, the 5G issue is also very important. We should be buying an American solution rather than the Chinese one. So Poland is showing the way in this relationship, and I'm very proud of her lead and very proud of the diplomat that she sent to build relations with London.
If I may add something, Daniel is an excellent supporter of Poland and very enthusiastic, and we really appreciate it. But I understand you are the only Polish-born, the only Polish MP, and there are 650 MPs.
Too many.
So I believe that among these 650, there will be more people like Daniel Kawczynski. And I think that when we talk about supporting Poland by the Polish community in the UK, it's also about councillors who will turn MPs. I mean, there are already many councillors here in the United Kingdom who I hope in 2, 3, 4 years will become MPs, Polish MPs who will be loyal British citizens, but at the same time supporting, like Daniel, supporting Poland, because I think that this is also the role of people like Magda again, who may be an MP at some point, may become, but she will tell if it's her ambition. But if it's not her ambition, I think that's what should be done. People like her and many other also present in this room who will support Poland also in this way, support Poland and Britain at the same time.
Well, just one addition to that, if I may, at this stage, which is to say, when we came here in 78, I mean, when we came here in 78, 16th of October, 1978, we came to this country, which is the day John Paul II became Pope. And that was transformatory, wasn't it? We all know what an impact him becoming Pope had on all of us. But when we came to this country, my mother, bless her, and I've had many rows with her about this, she tried to anglicize us. So there was a mentality in the late 70s of Polish immigrants where we're foreigners, so we must integrate. And we must try to almost get rid of our Polishness. So Polish was banned in the household. We weren't allowed to talk in Polish. And my mother changed my surname to an English name. And 2 days after I don't know whether you knew, but when you become 16, you get certain rights and privileges as a 16-year-old. And one of them is that you can change your name by DPOL. And 2 days, 1988, I remember it as if it was yesterday, 2 days after my 16th birthday, I went to my mother and said, right, take me to a lawyer. I'm changing my name back to Kawczynski. And that's one of the proud, and it was a difficult thing for me to do. I was in school at a private boys boarding school, and I suddenly come in with one name one day, and then my name is changed. I haven't got married or anything. But that was the proudest, I think as a child, that was the most memorable thing. And of course, my only regret is that the man who taught me my insatiable love for Poland, my beloved grandfather, Roman Kawczynski, my only regret is that he died in 1986, 2 years before I changed my name back to Kawczynski, because for that generation of Poles, it was always ojczyzny, but it was always your family name and your estate. Those are the very important things. So we should be proud of our Polishness. And I think the Polish community in this country is increasingly becoming more confident of itself, recognizing the extraordinarily disproportionate contribution it makes to this island. But we need to be using it as a bridge to, as the debate says, as the title of the debate says, we need to now harness these 900,000 or 1 million Poles to get them into ever more important positions within our commercial and political establishment. And I will end by saying, without embarrassing him, but there's a very important man here today who has a very prominent role in our society, and we got chatting, and his son is interested in politics. He's in the army at the moment, but he's 28 years of age and he's interested in politics. I'm going to take him on. I'm going to mentor him, and I'm going to look after him and see if we can get him onto the candidates list so that he can become a Conservative member of Parliament. But if there are any other people in this room who know young people who are interested in politics, I will make this one exception in my life. I will even take on socialists. And you won't hear me saying that often, but even if they are left-wing, even if they believe in socialism, God help them, even if they believe in socialism, we will find the right Labour member of Parliament, or we will find the right Lib Dem member of Parliament to mentor them. So please approach my office. Please approach George Baczynski if you know of any young Pole who you think can make a contribution. And that's how we need to start to think. Because whether you're a politician in this country, or whether you work for the Bank of England, or whether you work in Britain's top architectural firm, or whether you work at the very upper echelons of the NHS, we Poles now need to start thinking like the Irish and the Jews do, which is we need to help our own people. to join us in these very important positions, because that way we strengthen our diaspora, we give our diaspora more influence, but the most important thing is we start to utilize them and harness them to build relations with ERP and protect her at a time, if she needs it in the future, with growing aggression from Russia.
So thanks so much, Daniel, for that beautiful, actually, life story that is future-oriented. So you came back to your grandfather, whose proud surname is Kawczyński, and I felt maybe not tears in your eyes, but I felt my heart being opened by what you said. And then look what you did. You said that you want also to be a mentor, probably like your grandfather was to you, to young generations. So it also reminded me of a story about my son. He is in love with veterans and with the army. And at one point we visited one of them, and he wrote in a booklet that this is for Jeremy, this is my son's name, for him to take this baton of patriotism. And my son asked me, but father, what is baton? You know, I don't understand that. So I described it. What is baton? That it's just, you know, when you can just in a run you take the stick, and then you can just take that stick farther and farther. And then he said, okay, so I'm getting that baton for that veteran. So does it mean, father, that I can pass it to somebody else, to the next generation? And I said, yes, son, you are right. So this is that kind of a Polish story that I saw in you, that you are taking that baton of patriotism, of mentoring new generation to the other generation. And now it's high time for Magda Harvey. So you were already described by George and twice by Piotr Wilczek. But I would like to ask you a more personal question, if I may. Or you can just choose that question. What is your contribution to Polish-British relations? But my more personal question is that why are you working all the time?
I don't know. I really don't know. But yesterday I had a conversation about that, and I've asked my partners, why do we work like that? And he said, I don't know. Maybe we've got it in the blood. Maybe we are that type of people who like to work, have to work, and who take pleasure from working.
Yeah. So where do you take the pleasure from in building Polish-British relations, but also, you know, Polish-Ukrainian-British relations? Where do you see where this biggest joy comes for you from that work?
So the biggest joy comes from the fact that I came here like many people who migrate to another country. They've got the reason. And I came here because I was young and stupid, and I'm not embarrassed to admit that. I've been in this country for 30 years, and when I came here, my family, my friends, everybody was saying, what are you doing with your life? I had really good life in Poland. I didn't need to escape from anything. I didn't have economical reasons. I had good family. I had good prospects, and I decided to stay here. And because so many people predicted that I will achieve nothing, I thought that I have to, first of all, I thought that being here, I have to integrate. So like Daniel's mother, I thought that if I want to be part of people living in UK, I have to learn English, I have to get education, I have to integrate, and I have to contribute to the local community and to the economy. So I started to study, then I've opened the first company, and I always had very strong links with Poland, and I was very proud of being Polish. And after about 8 years, I thought that I've got everything in life, I've got a really good life here, but I'm missing 3 things. I'm missing my friends and family from Poland. I'm missing the possibility of going to the forest, which doesn't have the wire around where I can just go into the forest. And usually in UK, they are the gates and the land forest belongs to somebody. And you have to really know where to go to get into the forest. And the third thing that I was missing was the Polish food. And I decided to open the Polish shop. And when I've opened the Polish shop, I was so naive. I thought that I can get Polish food from wholesalers in UK and fill the shelves with whatever I was missing. But obviously I was missing what I was missing because it wasn't available in UK. So I started to import Polish food. When I started to import that, it was much too much for my shop. And I thought, I have to do something. And in 2004, I was very lucky, and that was also effect of my hard work. I managed to enter the British supermarkets and start supplying them with Polish food on the mass scale. And I'm very proud of the fact that not only at the time when I was introducing Polish food, in supermarkets you could buy Krakus Gherkins and Kabanos, and Wiejska, Sapocka, and maybe somewhere fudge. So there were 5 products. By now, in British supermarkets, you've got about 500 Polish products. And the big chunk of that, I can say that this is my hard work over 20 years. So I'm very proud of that. And I think this is my big contribution in promoting, let's call it Polishness, in promoting Polish food, not just to Poles, but also to British customers. So this is one of my achievements, of which I think I'm very proud. I'm working with British companies, and this is where I'm on the big scale promoting Poland and always saying that our food is the best in the world. The second thing is that when the war started, my father was staying with me in London. He's 89 now. He was born in 32, so he does remember Second World War. I'm not going to go into the fact that, like every Polish family, my family has lost family during the Second World War. I know all those stories. And I was watching TV, looking at the queue of women with kids, waiting to cross the border with Poland. And I've asked my dad, I said, should we do something? Should we try to help? And he just looked at me, do you think that you can help them in any way? I said, I don't know. But we can try to get the basic aid and send it to Ukraine. And that's how we started the Ukrainian appeal. We have put one small post on the Facebook of White Eagle Club. And between 24 hours, we had thousands of people queuing to donate. And where I'm proud about building relationship with British people, and actually I think every nationality that lives in London, is the fact that since we launched the appeal, we had people from all backgrounds, from all paths of life joining our appeal to help Ukrainians. And our work has been recognized not by many institutions, but one of the big achievements was that last year we have White Eagle Appeal has won the competition run by BBC. Make the difference. They do every year. The BBC is doing awards in Make the Difference, and we have won the part that is called Together for bringing communities of UK together in the common cause to support Ukrainians.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I did not even, thanks for that applause. I didn't know how to react, just hearing how much you have achieved. So thanks for that applause. That was the right way to react, and also maybe silence for just to think whether, we all could do more during that time. So once again, thank you so much. Will you become an MP? You will have a good mentor, or even two mentors.
The mentors are very good. And I was going to start. You asked me the different questions, and I was going to start. But it's really difficult to be on the panel with 2 politicians, because I'm well known for living in the country of political correctness. I'm completely, absolutely politically incorrect, and I say what I think, and I don't have that political correctness in me. So it's difficult, and I definitely will never become MP.
Okay. I don't know whether, Daniel, you are also espousing political correctness. But...
I'm not going to comment about that. but what I would say, I'd like to add one point, which is that what I find fascinating, I mean, by the way, I would never have left Poland myself. I would never have done it. I was dragged out as a 6-year-old child. So I had no option. But there were many, of course, like my parents, fiercely anti-communist who hated communism and refused to live under a communist system. Little did we know that communism would collapse so quickly and that Poland would be free. But what I find fascinating, and I say this to a lot of my fellow colleagues in the British Parliament, is we were subjugated to 123 years of occupation. So Poland was wiped off the map. I think my grandfather's generation, he was born in 1903, they weren't even allowed to read Polish books or learn Polish in their schools. Polish books were under floorboards because they tried to eviscerate the Poles. The Germans tried to eradicate the Poles. And so we had 123 years of occupation. We had that tiny brief moment between 1918 and 1939 of independence, and then, of course, fascism, and then, of course, communism. But what I find amazing is they murdered our elites, they destroyed our elite institutions, and then they gave us a politically Orwellian and an economically illiterate system called communism. And yet Poland is projected to overtake the British economy and the French economy within the next 15 to 20 years. Now, we should have a debate just on that one subject alone. How on earth have these people, despite all the difficulties, managed to create an economy which is moving so quickly it's going to overtake Britain and France? I find that fascinating. And I think we, Polonia, here in the United Kingdom, should be recognizing that and seeing the huge opportunities for us in the fact that our mother country is now going to take a leading role on our continent, both economically and militarily.
Yeah. Okay. I want to clarify one thing. I'm not a politician. Daniel is a politician. I'm a diplomat. There's a difference. Diplomats are representing politicians for government. It's sometimes very difficult. But anyway, to be quite honest, as you know very well, at some point I was kind of discouraged from approaching you because they told me, "Oh, she's very difficult." So that was a challenge, and I took it as a challenge because when I realized that you are doing so many good things, so my ambition was just to meet you and talk and ask what you want. But that's well, just clarification. But what I wanted to say is that when I was listening to the previous panel and to what Tomasz Lis was saying about what perhaps he doesn't want anything from Poland, but I understand he wants to do a lot for Poland. So I believe that during this panel we can also discuss, this another dimension of the activities of the Polish community. Is not just about helping ourselves here in the United Kingdom and creating organizations, and also what is natural, getting some funding from Poland for these organizations to work and thrive. But it's supporting each other in this country, integrating. But it's also, for me, it's very important in what way the Polish community here can help Poland, because it is obvious that there are Polish diasporas in countries like Belarus or, of course, Ukraine and many other countries where they need really active support from the Polish government and from the Polish budget. But I believe that in countries like the United States, where the situation is different, of course, but also in the United Kingdom, Polish people can also think about helping, supporting Poland, about how to increase the role of Poland in Europe and in the world. One way is, as I mentioned, if you become a British politician, influential politician, you you can directly or indirectly support Poland, like Daniel is doing all the time. But there are, I think, other ways of supporting Poland, as you mentioned the Jewish community. There are organizations, for example, in the United States, like American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, a lobbying organization for Israel. So I'm just wondering, I'm thinking about in what way the Polish community here can support actively Poland and support the Polish economy. I talked with one of the participants of this conference who is in the audience, who is supporting Polish companies, supporting Polish businesses who want to operate in the United Kingdom. I think this is one of the ways, and I know a few organizations in the UK, organizations like the Polish City Club and many others, who not only support themselves but also try to organize conferences to attract businesses from Poland, to present Poland as a good place for investment. So that's, I would say, my expectation from the Polish community when the role of Polonia or Polish diaspora in Polish-British relations is also about in what way this community here, many of them entrepreneurs, successful business people, how they can support Poland right now.
We surely will get to that question. So we have the question of how to have a bigger impact here of Polonia on business, on politics, on social life. So that's the theme that we'll come back to. But then I would like to ask some more skeptical question, because I feel that energy. I feel your energy, Magda. I will follow you and your appeal. Yeah? I feel your energy, Daniel. If I were younger, I would go to politics. I feel your energy as well. Oh, I'm professor already. So, but we have that energy. We have that ideals. We have that history. But still, George Jerzy used that word 1 million strong. When I'm looking at Great Britain, we can say that, well, where's that strength? Maybe we are 1 million weak, if I were to put it, say, in a more skeptical way. So my question to all of you is that why, despite all that energy, all that resources, despite our heart, our intellect, our actions, still there are no relations between us. We are, lonely islands, as Jerzy put it. Why we are so, I would say, passive, if it's the right word. So, Magda, I will start with you. Yeah? That's why is that? Given all the circumstances, given all the resources.
As I started when we were talking, having coffee, I said that I categorize Polonia abroad into 3 categories. One of them are the professionals who are coming here with good English, good profession, and they integrate really quickly. They are very confident. They are confident with their skills, and they know that they are bringing benefit to the economy, local community, and whatever field they are working in, they are good specialists. And that group is very, very strong and very powerful. Then we've got the group of people who are hardworking, and those are that from that million, I think that 950,000 of people who are being seen or who are a bit weaker because they are missing confidence. And I think we've got that stigma as a nation that we come from Eastern Europe and we are not as good as people who were born in Western Europe, only because of the place where we were born and the system in which we were born, because we were under occupation for so many years, because we were, as Daniel said, because we were not on the, our country was not on the maps of Europe for so many years, and we are somewhere a bit behind with confidence. And I came here over 30 years ago, and I was very fortunate that from the beginning I had the permit to work, and I remember times between 90s and 2004 when so many Poles were working illegally and they were criticized for it really hugely, that we are stealing jobs and we are weakening the economy, which was the opposite. We can see it now after Brexit, that Poles were doing the jobs that others didn't want to do, and they are missed now hugely, those that have gone back. And I think the role of the people from the city club or those with the strong positions, very good jobs, is to educate people who are hardworking and convince them that we should be proud of being Polish because we've got good ethics, we are hardworking, and we are not the society of the people. I remember it was after, I don't remember when exactly it was, but I was invited on Newsnight, and there was a debate about the fact that Poles are not doing anything, but they are just claiming benefits. And I just laughed. I laughed loudly, and I said, we are not used to claiming benefits because in Poland you didn't have benefits. You had to work. You had free health services and free education, but for everything else you had to work. And I think we have to prove that we are hardworking and feel more confident about the fact that we are good workers and don't feel shy that we haven't been born here and that we come from Poland. I think this is how we should build stronger relationship with British people. Don't stay somewhere in the background as a crowd. Just show what we can do. Sorry.
Well, I would say, I mean, I absolutely agree with you. There was a moment where immediately after the Polish entry into the European Union, when suddenly we had a big flow of workers coming over to the United Kingdom. It was all Polish plumbers, wasn't it? You remember? Polish plumbers coming over. And I felt at that time, and I can see Kasia Madeira at the back of the audience, so I better be careful what I say about the BBC. But I felt at the time that the BBC was, and I said this quite openly in Parliament, and that's why they invited me to Newsnight, or on Newsnight as well. I said, the BBC there is obviously clearly a concern about migration because reaching such huge proportions. But I felt at the time that the BBC were picking or focusing on the Polish community because it's a soft touch, because they're legally here, they work hard, they integrate into society. So it's very difficult to be accused of racism. I wonder whether the BBC at that time would have focused so assiduously on Somalians or other people. So I made that point, and it was rather controversial at the time, and I was invited onto Newsnight to give an impression. But to answer your question specifically, I don't think we are passive, actually. We're not passive because the 900,000 Poles out there do a tremendous job on a daily basis to give their British interlocutors a confidence that they are making a huge contribution to this country. How many times do you hear of Polish criminal gangs? Or how many times do you hear of Polish people raping women or stealing or doing all those things? Very rarely. We're a community that's come here, integrated, work hard, and they're building very solid relations with the British. And in my own constituency of Shrewsbury, I went to the owner of 24 care homes. And he said to me, Mr. Kowczynski, I need you to find me some Polish nurses to look after all the elderly people. And I said, well, why can't you find them locally here in Shropshire? We've done a survey of all the elderly people, and they want Polish nurses. We only want, all the elderly people said, no, we want Polish nurses. They are the kindest, they are the most attentive. I think we've been taught in Poland to look after elderly people. It's taught to us by our grandparents and our parents. There's an innate interest and satisfaction and sense of responsibility and decency in looking after elderly people. And respect. I've said this to my mother 1,000 times, over my dead, cold, listless body will you go into a care home That's not going to happen. And we're taught to look after elderly people. And just that one story, how the owner of 24 care homes had said to me that in a survey of over 500 people, they universally wanted Polish nurses. We've got the Polish brand in this country is very strong. It's much stronger than many people realize. And all we need to do is to continue to have events like this where people are brought together in London, in Manchester, in Birmingham, so that we can exchange best practice. And I'd like to thank the organizers of this event for giving us the opportunity of coming here and meeting one another, because it's through this sort of interaction that we're going to continue to help each other as a diaspora.
So Daniel, so I will press you a little bit more. So why there's only one Daniel Kawczyński?
Well, there's only one person stupid enough to do the job. Look, I said to my mother when I was 10 years of age, I said to her, I'm going to be a member of parliament. And she looked at me in disbelief. There'd been nobody in my family in politics. But you know, if you do, the Chinese have a saying, if you do a job which is a hobby, you'll never do a day's work in your life. Can you imagine going into work every day and being paid to do your hobby? I mean, it's an extraordinary situation. And so what we need to do, I hold up my hands as well. I have not done enough personally to go out to find young Polish people to get involved in politics. I found somebody here today, his father has told me that he's interested in going to politics, and I'm going to follow that up. But you're right, you're absolutely right. We need to get more and more Polish people involved in politics. The best lobby in the House of Commons, you will not be surprised to hear me say, is the Jewish lobby. The way they operate in the House of Commons is mind-blowing, how effective it is. What we need to do is to make sure that our diaspora is as effective, because unfortunately, and I pray, we all pray that this never happens, but I've described having the Russians, do you know, I've described having a border with Russia as having a giant brown bear in your garden, and his claws are on your windowsill, and they are scratching your windowsill, just to let you know that he can push the window through and come inside and eat either all of your food or can eat you. And
Polish food is the best in the world.
And the Polish food is the best in the world. And I've been many times. We have a wonderful place in Poland called Piaski. It's my favorite place in Poland. It's on the Polish coastline, Piaski. It's right on the border with Kaliningrad Oblast. And we've been there for 6 years in a row on holiday. And when you go to that part of Poland and you realize and recognize this is the most highly militarized part of Europe, where Russia meets NATO. And we need to be strong, because with that lunatic in Moscow, and if he is replaced with somebody even worse, they have shown us that they have not learned from history at all. And what we need to do in this room is just to focus on making sure that we use our positions, whether a diplomat, politician, business entrepreneur, to make sure that we are building the strongest support for Warsaw from the United Kingdom and America. Because God forbid, if there is a confrontation with the Russians, we need as much backing and support. It didn't work for us in '39. And I've studied Beck's speeches over and over again, and I've gone through those speeches, and I've gone through the debates in Poland from '38 to '39. It didn't work for us. The dynamics of the constellation that we created in '38 and '39 did not serve us well, and we didn't get the support that we needed. This generation mustn't make the same mistakes as they made in the '30s, and we must be ready for any eventuality with the Russians. And we must build the strongest possible alliance with London and America.
Magda, do you want to react? I saw.
I just wanted one sentence.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to one sentence. That what Daniel said, that 950,000 is passive. I don't think they are passive. I think that group is not confident enough and not loud enough to say we are as good as the rest of the people living in this country. We just need to be a bit louder and more confident that what we are provide to the community is good enough or better than what the others are. That on the debate when I was on Newsnight, there was Dominic Raab and there was owner of Giraffe and a few other companies. And what they were saying, what he was saying from the perspective of employer, he said that the British workers are 10 times slower than the Polish workers, and that the Polish workers are much more effective. And I think we should be talking about it loud, and yeah, we should be just more vocal about our qualities.
And how did you get that confidence in your life? Because you say that we should be more confident, we should be louder. So for you personally, what was that breaking point for you that you found your confidence and you got louder?
I don't know. I always thought that if I work hard and if I'm humble, I can be confident. I feel good about myself. Every morning when I get up and I go to the bathroom and I look in the mirror, I see hardworking, decent person, and I feel good about what I do every day. I don't have any problems with what I do. I believe in what I do, and I think if you live by what you believe in, then you get the confidence. But I don't think that people, who want to work for 6 hours a day, start at 9 and finish at 4, can be very confident. I was told many years ago, you have to work, and be humble, be humble, be humble. And I think that's what I'm doing. And I enjoy what I'm doing at the same time. So I think that all gives me confidence. Thank you.
If I may add something to this 900,000, whatever the exact number is right now of Polish citizens in the UK. So first, I want to say that it's no longer these hardworking people. You mentioned first, you mentioned nurses or construction workers. It's nice that the Brits like Polish nurses and Polish construction workers, but the Polish community is not only the nurses and construction workers who are very, indispensable and very important. I was in Northern Ireland a few times, or I've been there at least a few times since I arrived in the UK. And this is a very interesting community because now it's about 27,000 Poles or Polish citizens in Northern Ireland. About 10 years ago, it was about 40,000. It's a quite homogeneous community. All of them, except for like 10, 20, 30 people, all of them arrived after 2004. And now this community is different than in 2004 when they were in their 20s. Now they are in their 40s. They have families, very often very good jobs, and they are very respected in this community, as I heard from many people. So when I was at a conference in a hotel in Northern Ireland, in Newry, and someone asked me, where are all these hardworking people, Polish people who work in this hotel? When will they return? I told him, they will never return. You will don't expect these hardworking people. I mean, I really don't like, this phrase, Polish hardworking people working in our hotels. No, this is the past. Now, Polish people, the situation of Polish people is different. It all changed, and I think that's the time, to quote John Kennedy, who once famously said, "Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country." And I think that we are entitled to ask this question also here, because it's not only about 900,000 Polish citizens who need protection, who need support from the Polish consulate or from the Polish consulates across the UK. Of course, they are Polish citizens, and when they are in need, they will get any help they need. But at the same time, I think, and we think at the Polish embassy, that it's high time for this community to think about what they can do for their country. Many of them are successful. Many of them are confident, like you, but it's not only you. There are many people who are confident, who are successful, and who really already help Poland as academics, entrepreneurs, engineers, doctors. So I think, again, I just want to return to this issue of what Polonia can do for Poland. I think that this is high time for this community, for active people in this community, to think in what way they can support Poland. They are Polish citizens. The situation in the United States, which was mentioned before, is different, because in the United States, about 9 million people claim Polish ancestry or Polish heritage in the census, about 9 million, I think, but only about 300,000 of them are Polish citizens who can vote. In this country, it's so different. It's about 800, 900,000 Polish citizens, and almost all Poles who live here are Polish citizens. Many of them, unlike America, arrived in the UK quite recently. So, of course, their situation is different, but I think that it's both in the United States and here, it's really time to think about our own IPAC, about our own way to support not just the Polish government supporting the Polish community in the UK, but also the Polish community supporting Poland, supporting the country. And as I said, doctors, engineers, artists, construction workers, engineers, there are many academics, many of them who really are involved in all kinds of exchange programs, in all kinds of cooperation. So, and there are many people like this in this room.
We will leave some floor for questions. So if you have questions, just be prepared that in a minute there will be the space to ask them. But now we are just using that last 15 minutes we have for action plan. So let me come back once again to Piotr Wilczek. You say that it's high time that Poles engage in Polish-British relations. Polonia actually should engage in Polish-British relations, but also to support Poland as such. What would be like the first step or the first several steps you would envision to make this happen?
The vision. I'm not a president of any Polish association. Actually, when I arrived in the UK, there was a headline in on one of the internet platforms saying, everyone understands Polish. Polacy w UK mają swojego ambasadora. So I'm just wanted to declare that I'm not the ambassador of Poles in the UK. I'm ambassador of the Republic of Poland, and this is the difference. So I do not represent Poles in the UK. I represent the Republic of Poland. I mean, there are organizations which represent Poles in the UK, many of them, and I think that this is the question for these organizations, in what way they think they can help support Poland. It's not the question for the ambassador or for the embassy, but again, I think there are many people in this room who can answer this question, and there are already initiatives from Polish organizations, initiatives about especially making connections between Polish and British businesses, Polish and British business projects in defense, in cybersecurity, in high tech and fintech and medtech. The embassy also supports such initiatives. We organized a few conferences about these issues, about cooperation in technology and AI and fintech and medtech, together with the Polish Trade and Investment Agency, trying to connect Polish and British businesses and Polish and British with the support of both governments. So I'm not saying that the Polish embassy does not have such initiatives to support connections between Poland and Britain, but I think there is also a lot to do for the organizations which can propose, ways in which they can support their country. As in the early 90s, someone mentioned late 80s, early 90s, there were many entrepreneurs and business people in the United States, other countries in the West, who were supporting Poland's transformation in the early 90s, not only as consultants, as investors. So one of the way is looking for investors. Polish entrepreneurs can invest themselves, can encourage other people and tell them Poland is a good place for investment. This is a very important issue, because when speaking of BBC and magnificent work, BBC journalists, including Kasia Madera, did last year, especially in the first few months after the beginning of this invasion, showing all the time the Polish-Ukrainian border. And I had questions from quite a few investors from various countries who reside in London. Is Poland investable? Is Poland a reliable place for investment during this war? You are a frontline country. All we see on BBC, which at that time was like a Polish propaganda machine, showing, generous Polish people receiving lots of refugees. But at the same time, the image of Poland was like, a dangerous country. Can I really invest? Well, I'm thinking about Greece and Finland and Poland, and why Poland? Poland is just close to Ukraine. Poland can be invaded soon. So I really had lots of conversations like this, especially in spring and summer last year. It doesn't happen right now. Is Poland investable? What's the reason to invest in Poland? I have a few choices. So I think that the role for Polish organizations, the Polish community, is just to present the true situation, how it all works in Poland, and encourage friends for their own benefit to invest in Poland. So that's what would be my advice, for example.
So this is the time for your questions or some comments or some action plan. So let me open. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kaczynski actually touched, I think, personally, on the most important subject. It's to find leaders. Because for us to have any meaning as a community, as a Polonia, in this country or anywhere else, we have to be represented by leaders. And your undertaking to take somebody under your wings, it's a great thing, but we need to find them. So my question is to you, how do we find these leaders? How do we handpick them? How do we help them grow? And how do we support them? One of the ideas I have personally is for Maja Wyczyńska to run courses, because she's managed to, and it's standing right next to me, to create a leader. So just looking forward to your answers. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Hold on. Well, let me just answer that by saying, yes, I'm delighted and thrilled to be taking on one young Pole who I'm going to mentor to become a politician, to become a member of parliament. But we all have a responsibility. We can all spot talent out there when you go to schools, when you listen to people addressing you. And if, in whatever set of circumstances we find a young Pole, we have a duty and responsibility to help them and to nurture them and to encourage them. I think our moderator talked about a very important concept of a baton. And we're just, when you get to my age, and I'm 51 now, you start to think in a very different way. You start to think about the next generation. You start to think about wanting to help them and wanting to give them the help that we didn't get. For us, it was much more difficult, I think. I remember when I was at boarding school in 1980, I used to talk all the time about Poland and how much I miss it and this, that, and the other. And one boy turned around to me in the canteen and said, well, if Poland is so good, why don't you
off back to Poland. Now that would be unacceptable now, and things have changed an awful lot. So my answer to you, sir, is go out there with Polonia in Ognisko, or in any other institution that you find, or in any school. I mean, interestingly, I have to say to you that I chair two main groups in Parliament. One is the Poland group, and the other one is the Lithuania group. I'm very interested in Lithuania because I want Poland to have much closer links with Vilnius. And the Lithuanian, I think there's a lot of interdependence. A key concept of emotional intelligence is the word interdependence. And I think that there is, or should and must be, a lot of interdependence between Vilnius and Warsaw. And the Lithuanian ambassador, who I met earlier today, took me to a school, a Saturday school of Lithuanian children in East London somewhere, Dagenham or some such place. And I spent the day there with these Lithuanian children. They have the same passion and energy for Lithuania as we do for Poland. And I met some very, very raw talent there amongst the Lithuanian diaspora. So my answer to you is, if you find a young Pole who wants to go into politics, contact George Buczynski. And if he's a conservative, we'll mentor him ourselves. If he's Labour, if he's a socialist, we will find somebody, because to be honest with you, it doesn't matter whether they're Labour, Conservative or Lib Dem. It just matters that they're there and they're in the Parliament, because as we all know, political governments come and go. There's a possibility of a change of government next year. I mean, I will fight it tooth and nail, but it's possible. So we need to have young Poles in all three major political parties.
Why not to encourage George to go into politics?
Or Halina.
Well, I would like, I've made the offer to George, and you know, I'm not meant to praise him too much at these events, but he has demonstrated to all of us what a young Pole can do, has he not?
You're very kind. Next question. We've got time for a few. Lady Halina.
This question is not about you. I'm Dr. Halina Clarence. I'm recently retired academic from University College London, UCL, and I'm more British than British are, and also I'm very, very patriotic Pole. I would like to draw attention that the Polish brand is very strong amongst a variety of organizations in Great Britain, and Great Britain is famous for its business acumen, and they are very, very keen to cooperate and collaborate with, I shouldn't use the word collaborate, cooperate with Poland, and worshipful companies, Royal Colleges, Department of Trade, British Chamber of Commerce, I mean, you name it. There are so many organizations with funds, and they will be very, very keen to invest in Poland, but we just have to know that such funds do exist. And our role as Poles is to identify these organizations and identify people who know how to legally and without nepotism apply for the funds, to use these funds for British-Polish cooperation. One of these examples would be, say, Turing scheme. From time when Great Britain decided to leave European community, the Erasmus scheme stopped sending British students to Poland. There is a Turing scheme, very rich, with the global approach, and British students would be very keen to come and study in Poland, and I would encourage many of Poles who want to go to Poland to study to check the availability of places through the Turing scheme.
Okay, one last question. And just
Yeah.
I just want to know how young is young mentor as an MP in the future. would an early 31 be included as young? I have a friend I want to tell this about.
Well, you know, when you're 51 as I am, of course 31 is
No, of course, and you know, I got into politics. I think I became a member of parliament when I was 33. But I think my strong recommendation to anybody going into politics is to build a career first, something that you can always fall back on. But in my case, it was commerce and exports. But you know, 31 is a perfect age. It takes some time you don't just become a politician like that. I was chairman of the Conservative Party in my university from 1990 to 1994. So I spent 4 years when I was at university campaigning for my party, and I was chairman of the local branch there. Then you get involved in your local association where you live. Then you stand potentially for the council. Then you ultimately apply to be a member of parliament. In my day, you had to fight an unwinnable seat first to prove yourself before you were allowed to challenge for a marginal or a safe seat. So it's quite a lengthy process. But my guarantee to you is if you know of a young Pole in his or her late 20s, early 30s, mid 30s, early 40s, whatever it is, who are seriously considering a career in politics, then let George know. He will arrange for them to come and see me in the House of Commons. We will assess them, and we will either take them on ourselves to mentor them, or we will signpost them in the right direction. But just one last thing I wanted to add. The United Kingdom 4 Sundays ago has entered the world's largest trading bloc, the CPTPP, which is about 18 countries in the Far East. Our own continent is shrinking every day as a percentage of global population and as a percentage of global GDP. The Far East is growing at a phenomenal rate with the huge opportunities. My only concern is that Poland is putting too many eggs in one basket on trade with fellow European countries. And a lot of our goods are put in trucks and sent across the border to Germany. I'm very keen for Poland to create links in the Far East and in the Caribbean and in Africa and other parts of the world. And with this new technology, we should be building merchant ships which are solar powered, which will transport Polish goods all over the world, not just Europe. So what we also have to do is to help Polish companies build links with their British counterparts, with joint venture operations, so that they can piggyback off British companies to enter the CPTPP. Because now we have 99% of all goods and services between Britain and the Far East are tariff-free. That is extraordinary. And with countries like Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, Australia, New Zealand, that's the future. And so if you know of any Polish companies that want to collaborate with British entities to enter the Far East markets, also get in touch with us, and we will find the appropriate British counterpart for the Polish company. We Poles must not only focus on our own continent, because it's a shrinking market. We've got to have the vision, like the British have, to start looking at markets in the Far East and beyond.
Okay. So, any last comment before we wrap up?
Last comment.
Yes. Last will.
Last. Well, again, I think I've already said what I wanted to say. That my mission is, well, on the one hand, to represent the Republic of Poland in the United Kingdom, but also the mission of the consulate and the embassy is to protect and take care of Polish citizens who are in need, but first of all is to encourage Polish citizens who live here, the Polish community, to work more, on behalf of Poland, to initiate projects, cooperation projects with Poland, to advertise Poland, to organize all things Polish here in the UK, like the Polish Heritage Days. This is a very important festival, as everyone knows, every May, supported by the embassy, proudly presenting Polish heritage across the UK, but at the same time promoting Poland by presenting Poland as an attractive tourist destination, not only for a weekend to Krakow, as many of our British friends, like to go there just for a weekend. So that's my message, and that's my last word.
And the last words. Madam Harvey, the last words belong to you, and then I'll just wrap up the whole panel.
Well, just stick together, support each other, and involve other nationalities to join us and create bigger community. Thank you.
Applause. I started by saying that what if Polonia, Polish diaspora, embodies Polishness? So I was listening to you, and I tried to define what is Polishness. So I will just finish it, the whole panel, by saying that what is Polishness? Drawing on our panel. It's friends and family, it's good food, it's pride, it's heritage, it's Polish nurse who embodies actually Polonia, who is caring, kind, respectful. It's also working hard, but it is also a wider perspective. I told you that we will focus on Polish-British relations, but actually we focused on Polish, British, Ukrainian, American, Caribbean, African relations. So we focused on the whole world. So we come back to the past, to something that is concrete, to our heritage, but to go to the future and then to have that broader perspective. And for that, I'm very grateful to all of you, to all wonderful panelists, and I thank you for collaboration. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for this fascinating chat, the diplomatic perspective, the political perspective, the entrepreneurial perspective. As you see, we've got plenty of these. We've got about 5 to 7 minutes coffee break right now before the final panel, which I'll be moderating, so stay tuned. Well done. Bardzo dobrze. Bardzo dobrze. Super, super. Tak, bardzo, bardzo ciekawy panel. nurturing Polish identity beyond borders. Although we have spoken about similar topics, and from each single panel today, we've learned incredibly much. And there were moments where some of us were touched. There were moments when some of us were shocked, we were impressed. We've seen a lot today, but this panel has very, very special guests that I would like to invite. Justin Maciejewski, the Director General of the National Army Museum. Please take a seat. Welcome. Kasia Madera, BBC presenter. Welcome. And Elżbieta Baras, Chairwoman of the Polish School Association.
Pana weźmiemy Justina do środka, żeby człowiek był w środku. Perhaps you could sit in the middle? Yes. Yeah, you're the only gentleman. Well, not the only gentleman, I'm sorry. We're still George.
We have gentlemen and gentle ladies. I've noticed the movements to sit properly.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
What can I say? It's just thrilling.
Justin, I will start with you. Your father fought in the Warsaw Uprising Museum. How did that impact you as a human being, but also as a Brit with Polish roots?
You mentioned the museum. Should I press the button here? Is it that one there? Is it? Yeah. He didn't fight in the museum, George. He fought in the actual Warsaw Uprising.
I just think about the best museum in London. I can't get it out of my head.
No, thank you, George. You are a great friend of the National Museum, and thank you. I suppose I'd love to start with touching on some of the themes that were mentioned in the previous panel, because they really sort of struck a chord with me. The first one was Daniel's point about integration. My father arrived in this country in 1947, and he wanted to start a new life in this country, and he wanted his children to be British, and we are. I'm British. I'm also very proud of my Polish heritage, and I feel part of what was described as Polonia in the previous panel. But I'm really glad my father came to this country, because I think this is a great country, and it's a country where within one generation you can do anything. Now, when my father married an English woman, and my father said, we must change our name. And he said, why don't we change it to Macie, M-A-C-I-E? That sounds nice in English, and I want my children to be successful, and they'll never be successful with a Polish name. And my mother, thank God, said to my father, Bogusz, the one thing you must learn about this country is they'll never trust anyone who changes their name. And so, thankfully, the name wasn't changed, unlike Daniel's family, because of my English mother. My English mother said, no, you've got to be proud of your Polish name, and your children will be proud of it, and you don't change it. So that was an English intervention into Polish insecurity in a funny way. And my father was surprised at every door that opened for me during my life, because he thought somehow there was going to be some impediment to my progress, but there never was, because this is a very welcoming country. And this country has a real affection for Poland. It was mentioned before, but it's true. It's a deep affection, I think partly because we've never really fought against them, apart from when the Poles stupidly allied themselves to Napoleon. But we've never fought against them. And then, of course, in our greatest hour of need, the Poles were here with us in the Battle of Britain, on the beaches of Normandy, in Italy, Africa, even in Burma. There were Poles commanding West African troops, believe it or not. So wherever when in our greatest hour of need, the Poles were there, and that shared history is very powerful. Of course, the Warsaw Rising is not part of that shared history. If anything, it's a bit of an embarrassment for British people, because they know that it was the beginning of Poland being betrayed, being let down. And I think this is the difficulty with that history, is that it doesn't end well. The Second World War doesn't end well. And so it's something that the ones who know about the history are acutely aware of the sadness of the final years of the war and the lack of victory for Poland. And so whenever I mentioned that growing up to people, oh, my father was in the Warsaw Rising, it was always met with a bit of a silence, and then there'd be a comment about how terrible the war was for the Poles, or how it ended, and how sad, how embarrassed they were that they were let down. But my father wanted to put that all behind him, and move on. And I think if he was here now today, he's buried in Warsaw, but if he was here now today and he was on the panel before, he would say that the problem with the Poles in this country of his generation is they spend too much time looking backwards and not enough time looking forwards. And Poland needs to be secure in its history. It needs to reclaim its history as its own, which is happening. But at that point, it mustn't be defined by its history. It's got to look forwards, because there's a great future there, I think, as Daniel mentioned. Just one anecdote on Poland. In 1997, I was commanding a company of 140 soldiers, going from Germany to train in Drawsko-Pomorskie in Poland, in Pomerania, in Western Poland, a training area. And I was given the job of commanding the train of all these tanks and armoured vehicles going for a sort of NATO exercise in Poland, a British exercise in Poland. And we got to the railway stop near the training area, and we were 4 hours early. The train was early. And I was sort of conscious of my father coming in the other direction, in 1944, after the Warsaw Rising, going through Germany into Poland with all these armoured vehicles. It was quite an experience. Anyway, we were early, and there was no ramp to take the tanks off the train. We waited, and then finally the Polish army arrived with the ramps to take the armoured vehicles off the train. And I said in English, I'm terribly sorry, we were 4 hours early. And there was a pause, and he said, no, I think you were about 58 years late. which I thought was a very clever answer at 7 in the morning, this young Polish officer. And so, I suppose in terms of growing up with that history of the Warsaw Rising, my father being sent in a train west, it was a big part of my growing up, and it made going back the other way all those years later a very emotional experience. That's probably enough for now.
Yes, well, thank you for sharing this personal history. And yes, maybe we do look too much to the past, but sometimes it's difficult to look to the future without knowing the past, as we spoke in the previous panels. Kasia, you are a BBC presenter. People see you on TV a lot. I've heard of sometimes Polish children in the UK, when they see you on TV, they say, oh, she's Polish, and they connect with you because people know that you are connected to Poland. But before we go to these, serious topics, Polish-British relations, etc., what's your story? How were you raised? How connected do you feel?
So, do we need these because we're lapelled up?
Yeah, we do.
We do. Okay, thank you. So, unlike Justin, and I honestly could listen to you all day. I feel a bit rude taking up time, but unlike Justin, I did change my name, in the sense that when I was born here in the UK, and my mum was desperate to integrate me as much as possible. So she gave me the name Catherine. My name on my birth certificate and on my Polish ID and in my Polish passport is Catherine Madera. But because she then my father died when I was very little, I was about 9 months old. So she then he was a marine sailor, a captain. She then spent the whole time talking to me in Polish and calling me Kasia. So I didn't know who this Catherine was. I was Kasia in my primary school. I was Kasia I went to a first school, a middle school, And then when I got to my secondary school, I thought, you know what, I've been faking it a bit. I'm this Kasia Madera. Maybe I should go back to Catherine or use Catherine. So I was using Catherine, but I couldn't spell it properly because it was a name that was just so foreign to me. So I then immediately just reverted back to Kasia. My first language when I spoke was Polish. It was then when you start going to school, then you flip. So now obviously I'm doing horrible things to the Polish language and English is my first language. But yeah, so I was Catherine Madera. And if I'd have taken my partner's surname, I could potentially be a Kate Russell. But I've always insisted that I'm Kasia Madera, and I never ever felt the need, like you, to change my name throughout any of my jobs in the UK. And I've had, as you can imagine, working in the media, it's a fickle beast. Daniel mentioned the BBC a few times. I'll politely refrain from responding to that because that's not what I'm here to talk about today. But yeah, I've always been Kasia, and it's been really important to me to keep that. But you know, it's that kind of feeling of who are you? And I was born here, and I'm obviously living here. I'm not going to go to Poland to live. I'm not going to live there. It's not going to happen. My kids aren't going to live there. And I feel equally one half and the other half. I go to Poland a lot. I you know, obviously, you know, when the war started, I was there an awful lot. I do various events there. I'm going to be there at the Warsaw Security Forum in October. I spent 3 weeks there over the summer. It's as much a part of me as my British identity. The only time when I feel torn is when the football's on, when England play Poland. And that is when I will not use social media. I just completely lock down and I don't talk about it. So that's the one time when you're genuinely torn. And ironically, actually, one of my first media jobs was for Wizja Sport. And I was the producer of Jan Tomaszewski, the 1973 goalkeeper. So it's that kind of, yeah, who do you think you are? And I honestly can't tell you whether I feel more British or Polish. It's both identities, is that the right way? I don't see why I have to choose, or do you have to choose? You just feel, I guess it's yeah.
I mean, if I could just jump in there, my father took me to that match where Jan Tomaszewski has basically knocked England out of the World Cup.
Yeah, that's
and
it.
It was an identity crisis for me because I was sort of proud but really disappointed all at the same time.
That's extraordinary, actually, isn't it? But I've got to say, Jan Tomaszewski is, as you would expect in real life, just really just says it as it is. I learned an awful lot, and I have to say, when I was thanks to all the Polish schools, I kept up with my language skills, etc. Until I started working for Wizja Sport, I didn't swear in Polish. After a few months working with all the sports guys from Wizja Sport, my mum was in shock. She was like, Kasiu, skąd ty te słowa? Skąd ty się tak nauczyłaś przeklinać? It was an eye-opener in every sense of the word.
I love that this panel is just running. I don't need to be asking any questions. No. Well, identity crisis you've used, what an interesting term. But this is a very rich heritage from both Poland and Britain that we can take from. Ela, Barras. I've never asked you about your name, but I was always thinking, well, I'm reading a book by Lord Andrew Roberts about Napoleon. Lord Andrew Roberts is trustee of the National Army Museum that Justin is the director of, and one of the very close soldiers of Napoleon that stayed in Poland was called Barras. So I always wanted to ask you whether there is that connection, perhaps. You can answer that or you don't have to, but you have such an important mission. Polish Educational Society, you help 100 or more schools here in the UK, and you deal with identity crisis all the time. How do you do that, and how do you find yourself with such a difficult task?
I'll start with this fantastic note of Napoleon. I am not sure. Should I claim that identity? Oh, really great. I guess perhaps referring to what Justin said, perhaps not. So let's just leave it in the clouds. I'm extremely grateful to Justin for his preamble, because I think that took us to the second panel we were listening to, when Pani Magda Harvey was talking about how us Poles feel a little bit perhaps less than everybody else, how we perhaps are ashamed of our identity, and how we then change our name. And this is where your father can be brought into this, when he wanted to provide you with a better future by just changing your name. And whilst your mum, who wasn't Polish, actually said, no way, you're not changing your name, be proud of who you are. So if I was to just sum up the work of the Polish Educational Society, in essence, that's what it would be. Be proud of who you are, no matter what your name is, where your roots are, whether you derive from Napoleon. I'm not sure about pride there. But be proud of who you are, don't change your name. And of course, the work of the Polish Educational Society is really vast, and we do massive, broad spectrum of activities, things to help, to provide support, to train, to meet, to just basically have perhaps just a glass of wine now and then, just to speak about how we all feel, because our Polishness is so important to us. And I'm not trying to make this. It's quite late in the evening now. We're all very tired, but I'm just trying to think of all the nice things we do. But if I was to perhaps name a few, we deal with continuous professional development of our teachers. We support people who want to open new Polish schools. We actually every weekend, if we were to look in the calendar of the Polish Educational Societies, we would see every weekend, both Saturdays and Sundays, are actually busy with things that we do. We travel, we visit schools, we produce documents, risk assessments, variety of things which will help to comply with the English law, British law. We even travel as far as to Scotland, because we actually the Polish Educational Society in Great Britain. So we look after Scotland and Wales and England, and we've got a fantastic community with 22,000 children, 120 schools under our wings. Having said that, I think it needs to be emphasized that it's still only 10 to 15% of the children, all of the Polish children. So again, there's such a massive thing still to do to carry on and encourage more and more to come, because we, as much as we know that Polish schools, and I'm sure Pani Kasia will agree, are quite elitarian and they're not for everybody, because there are other things that children who are brought up in England, Polish children who were born in this country, like all three of my sons were actually born in England, they have massive array of other things to do. Football, already mentioned, because perhaps there will be future Jan Tomaszewskis playing for Poland. Robert Lewandowski, perhaps the figure to mention now. This is for the elites, because not all parents can, not all parents have time to come to Polish school on Saturday. Perhaps they work, because obviously this is migration. This is where you're trying to establish yourself. This is where you're trying to build your life, better life, or whatever life you're trying to live your, in another country with dignity, being a true representation of your country. And this is us. This is the Polish Educational Society, helping and making everybody feel they are welcome.
Justin, your museum has become some sort of an icon for the Polish community in the UK. For many reasons, but first and foremost, the statue, the bust of General Landers, one of the most famous Polish soldiers, Polish generals, it's located in a very prestigious place in your museum. You've allowed that to happen, not just because you're subjective, because of certain of your roots, but you thought that it's appropriate for this Polish general who fought during the Second World War with the Allies to be commemorated in the right way. How else do you have a chance to speak about the Polish contribution, the Polish-British relations in the work that you do? Because you don't really need to push it. There are just so many stories that are not known. So what else do you do or do you plan to do to promote the Polish heritage and the Polish contribution?
George, thanks. That's a really lovely question to ask me. Having said, my father would say, look forward, I believe passionately in the power of history and what it can teach us about the world today and also how it shapes the world of tomorrow and anchors our sense of identity. So history is really important. I used to get really bored as a child and indeed as an adult being asked, was my father a Spitfire pilot in the Battle of Britain? And no, he wasn't. Not every Pole was flying a Hurricane or a Spitfire.
Yes, they were.
Yeah, no, but apparently they were. So the bust of General Anders in the museum. I really we spoke about this, and it was a kind of community project which was so powerful, and I wanted to bring it to the museum because the relationship between the British Army and the Polish Army in the Second World War is genuinely unique. The Polish Army was its own army, but it was fully integrated into the British Army in every sense. It was integrated in Northwest Europe, it was integrated in Africa and in Italy. The French would never come under command of a British general in the Second World War, whereas the Polish were fully invested in the British Army in the Second World War. And so their story has to be told as part of the integrated story that is the story of soldiers who fought with Britain under the Crown in those, the 8th Army in Italy, the 21st Army Group in Northwest Europe. It's part of the story. And uniquely, the Polish army is the only army in the world whose symbology is on the uniforms of British soldiers today. There are 4 regiments in the British Army who wear the Maid of Warsaw, or they wear Polish eagles in their squadrons or in their regiments, in the symbology, in their uniform. There's no other army in the world that has that unique cultural bond with the British Army, and that was forged in Italy, that relationship. And so when I applied to join the army, it was full of people who sort of knew the depth of this relationship. And in fact, when I joined my regiment, there were 3 of us with a Polish surname. There was me, a guy called Stefan Mieczkowski, whose father recently died. He was called Zbigniew Mieczkowski in Warsaw. He was a veteran of General Maczek's division, and a guy called Charlie Sawocki, whose father had fought in Italy. And everyone thought it was sort of the theme year. This year it's the Polish theme year. The 3 of us turned up in the same year. But people, whenever you had your Polish name in that situation, people always commented on the war and the depth of this comradeship. So that's why putting the bust in the museum was very important. And the other thing is mainstreaming Polish history as European history. Too often, I think, Polish history is seen as an other history. You've got French, German, Italian, British, kind of European history, and then you've got these histories on the edge. And Polish history, too often in this country, is seen as on the edge. And we've got to bring it into the mainstream. And that's why we do a lot of public programming of Polish history in the National Army Museum, military history, and indeed broader history. People are fascinated by it, but we've got to mainstream Polish history. And this year, I'll stop talking in a second. This year, I was really fascinated. This year, the British Army sent its top course of brigadier generals. They do a European tour every year for 2 weeks. They now start in Warsaw, not in Paris. That's really significant. And I was invited out to do a morning seminar on British-Polish shared history. And it was a fantastic morning in Warsaw with these young brigadiers. There's a fascination with this shared history. So I find myself pushing on an open door. And whenever I get the opportunity, I try and plant another seed to remind people that this is a history that goes beyond the Battle of Britain. It's much bigger than that, this shared history that we have between our 2 nations.
Kasia, you don't deal with history maybe from time to time, but I think there is a feeling amongst many Polish people in the UK that there isn't much about Poland in the media. Of course, since the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, Poland is, everywhere now, right? Helping Ukrainians on that. But if you look before, people can maybe associate Battle of Britain, a few other battles. We don't really see many Polish, we don't have many Polish presenters in the main British media groups. Many people would say that the Polish story has been slightly omitted and hasn't been in the mainstream. Now it is because of the war. But do you share this feeling that maybe there isn't enough Poland out there, and maybe there are some misconceptions sometimes about Poland? And if that's the case, is there anything that can be done about it?
It's a difficult one because I work for the BBC, so obviously I'm unbiased, I'm partisan. I have no opinions. Of course, I've got my own private opinions, but you won't know about them. So that kind of a question, it's a very leading question. So why you're not a politician, I don't know yet, George. I'm sure you will be. But look, it's perception, isn't it? It's something that Daniel mentioned a bit earlier, that there were so many negative articles. Show me those articles. Let's quantify them. It's about the data. If you can show me misleading or something that's inaccurate, then any broadcaster will, of course, try and make amends and get it right. Especially the British, across whether it's the BBC, Channel 4, ITN. The thing about British news broadcasters is that they are, they fundamentally are unbiased. Whether you agree with that or not, that's your opinion. But we get as many complaints from one side as we do from the other. Believe me, the Conservatives dislike us as much as the Labour Party. So I think it's, to say there isn't enough, I'd almost throw the question back at you. What do you mean? In the lead up to the B word, Brexit, there was a lot, there was coverage of the impact on the Polish community. I think I'd almost need you to explain to me what it is that you mean. On the flip side, as the largest demographic in this country, under a million now, whatever the figure is, I guess, it is, how come I'm the only Polish origin news presenter on the BBC? I mean, we have, of course, Tomasz Szafanaker, who does the weather. And so, big shout out to Tomasz. But when I started at the BBC, there were 2 Kasias. So it was quite, so I'd always get my other colleagues' messages because, our surnames were different, but, I'd be like, we worked in news, but I was the only person on air. Now there are loads of Kasias working at the BBC. Now I no longer have to as often spell out my name when I'm giving somebody my name because, people know that. So I think I don't necessarily think it's fair what you're saying. I mean, unless
this is like an argument.
No, just a little follow-up. I understand your perspective. The little follow-up is that a lot of people have told me that when they switch on BBC, they don't hear Polish voices. They will hear British Indian, they will hear British Jews speaking for their communities, they will have Irish people. There's just a lot of different ethnicities and minorities, and there isn't that many Polish voices that you hear. Yes, there are a few presenters, but that Polish voice is not heard. And I think there are some statistics behind it. I can look for them. But
I'd love to see them because it's about the data. I'd love to see it. Without seeing the stats, it's really difficult for me. So you're talking, possibly. I'd need to see the figures.
Okay, well, let's look up for the figures, and if it's really the case, maybe we can talk about it. Maybe we can do something about it because I've heard a lot of such opinions. So that's an interesting topic. Okay, Ella, the question to you. You deal with a lot of bilingual children, people who are sometimes a little bit lost, maybe. I've heard that very often in Polish schools, they would speak Polish during the class, but then during the break, they would just speak English, they wouldn't speak Polish to each other. I've heard such stories. So is this something that you encounter? How do you deal? What's your perspective on the young children? Are they generally very keen to find out about their roots? or sometimes they're a little bit pressured to go to these Saturday classes?
It's all about statistics. Give me numbers.
Well, we can do some surveys,
No,
maybe.
just
That
kidding.
would give us
Just
some
kidding, just kidding.
detailed
I just would like to
answers.
refer, I mean, bilingualism, absolutely. I just would like to refer back to what was going on. This is a wonderful dialogue. Justin saying something about shared history and planting a seed. I really like that. And as I was just speaking with Mr. Ambassador a second ago about this planting a seed, and unless we actually put it in books, it's not going to last forever. So as the Polish Educational Society, when we publish books, when we write books, we always try to include British elements because we raise our children in this country and we really feel strongly about showing also British history or British-Polish links, should I say. Then we feel that our role altogether, not just the Polish Educational Society's role, is to actually go a little bit further and insist, don't want to say fight, but perhaps put a debate forward for a variety of Polish elements being present in British history books, because it will go at some point when Poland will not be perhaps as famous as it is now due to Ukraine and the war. There will be less talk about Poland, and if we don't follow up, and if we do not have it in writing, referring to Kasia's statistics, it will actually just disappear at some point. Now, when it comes to bilingualism or multilingualism, because I think this is the case in many instances for our children who, well, are we talking about 20 years after annexation now? Is it 2004? Yeah, almost 20 years after annexation. So our children who go to Polish schools, they are actually born in this country, majority of them. And I think bilingualism, multilingualism, children from mixed marriages, not just Polish-British or Polish-Polish, but even children speaking 3 languages plus, is nothing more than just an amazing treasure. And mixture of languages or polylingual English, whatever it's called, I think it's just wonderful to hear that. We must not, and I strongly believe this, insist on our children speaking beautiful Polish language. Let's do, but teach them, but also be proud of what they actually are, because they are brought up in this country. And we just need to care that they have the massive love for the country. They are proud of who their parents are, what they are trying to be. They go to Polish schools every Saturday. They very often, if not always, take GCSEs and A-level exams. Let them, let them be what they are. Let's not worry about the mixture of languages. This is wonderful as it is. It really is.
And have you noticed, because some of the previous speakers in the previous panels mentioned that in the past, a lot of parents would be ashamed to teach their children Polish. Do you think this has changed, or this still happens?
I'm happy to say that I'm sure it has changed. And I think last 30 years, it's been very hard work for all Poles who actually came here still in 1980s plus. But they paved the way, and now I think we can state that we have got nothing to be ashamed of, and also we are perceived as people with ambitions and working not just in building industry. I've got an anecdote, personal anecdote here, when my son, my eldest son, who is now 26, he when he was in secondary school. And he was, I think it was actually close to being bullied, because he was being called a variety of names, like, you're Pole or something. All Polish people are builders. And I'm actually extremely proud of it, he said, no, not all of them. My mom is a teacher. And I think it's such a nice comeback to actually just say, no, not all of us are builders. And I'm actually very proud of my husband, who is a builder, by the way, because he's extremely good, and he's recommended. He works all over the world now because he's just so good. So whoever we are, I think we have nothing more than just be proud of ourselves. And it's different demographics, different times, and I think we moved far, far away from the fact when we were actually at the bottom of the ladder.
Just
a funny anecdote, but my eldest son joined the cadets when he was 13 years old, and he was standing there on the first day. There was a sergeant going down, and he couldn't read the surname, and he said he tried to pronounce it, and my son helped him, And he said, is your dad a plumber? And he said, no, he's a brigadier in the army, actually. That was quite funny.
Yeah. Well, I think many of us have such ridiculous stories. I had a story once when I was on the London Tube, coming back from some event like this one, although I think this one is spectacular because there's so many different voices and opinions. But we were coming back, and my friend is a banker, and we were on the tube, and we were speaking Polish, and somebody comes up to us and says, "Stop speaking foreign language, stop speaking Polish." And you hear this and you're thinking, is this even real? That somebody just attacks you based on your language and I guess on your nationality. But very quickly I had an answer, and I said, would you say that to the Polish pilots who defended the British skies? And he had no answer. He was just standing there like that, So I guess we need to teach ourselves some degree of confidence and not allow anybody to denigrate you or denigrate where you come from. From that, Justin, Poles and Brits have a different approach maybe to history, to promoting history. Have you noticed that different approach? And what would you advise we can learn from each other?
Gosh, the end of the plumber brigadier story was, my son told us this story, and my wife looked and said, I just wish he was a plumber sometimes. I can barely change a light bulb. But there is a difference in history. And I've noticed this. And I think it's one of the reasons why so many British historians have become so prominent in Poland as historians. I think we have very good historians in this country who are very good at writing nuanced histories in a very engaging way. I think one of the challenges that Poland faces in terms of history is because Poland's history has been denied for so long, during the communist period, during the Nazi period, during the partitions, and the period of 123 years when Poland didn't exist. Polish history has had to survive by word of mouth, and the way you tell a story that people remember is you make it a hagiography, you make it a hero story. And so the stories of heroes are passed down through the generations. But of course, real history is not about heroes. Real history is about normal people and what they do in difficult times and how they survive and how they struggle and how countries and communities grow. And so if I was to make one observation about Polish history, it would be that it needs to be a bit less hagiographic and a bit more nuanced and balanced in some of the way it tells the stories. And I mean, the story of Polish history is extraordinary, and Churchill said that Poland is like a rock in the sea. The sea will come across the rock and submerge it, but when the sea comes back, the rock will still be there. And I think that's a beautiful description. So Polish history, Polish history is what has kept the soul of Poland alive in its most difficult hours of need. But for Polish history to enter the mainstream, it needs to migrate from hagiography to I would say a more British approach to history. Would be my reflection.
Could you give some example of a story that Poles say, but it doesn't really get to the mainstream because the way it's said, perhaps?
Yeah, let me give some good examples. So let's take the 1939 campaign, invasion of Poland by Nazi Germany and then by the Soviet Union. The Polish history is, brave defense, heroic defense. No country could survive being invaded by Germany and Soviet Union. That is all true. That is all completely true. But what is less studied is the incompetence of the Polish generals in 1939. The secrecy with which they held on to their plans, the lack of collaboration, the lack of passage of information between the different divisions. So soldiers were left in the dark. Soldiers didn't know what was expected of them because divisions weren't talking to each other. And so the Polish army was at a terrible disadvantage due to poor leadership in 1939 within Poland. And that's because the Polish army had been politicized during the 1920s and 30s. Those stories are not told, in my view, in a way that we can learn from them. And so that would be that would be one tangible example of, if you like, history which has to go from the very proud story of Polish defense in 1939 and the defense of Warsaw to a more nuanced history that says what went wrong, what happened there, why did we collapse in the West so quickly, despite the fact we had this really significant army in terms of scale. That'd be one small example. I would say. Another example would be, on the other side, would be how very good the Polish armoured division was in Northwest Europe. It was an extremely good division. The stories will tend to be stories about the heroism of individual Polish soldiers, rather than how did they train in Scotland? Why were they so good? And what was it about their training that made them a superb division in 1944? And those stories are more difficult to find because it's about the heroes of the individuals, and it's about the generals rather than the whole top to bottom. So I do think Polish history and the way it's studied has got a way to go, but I think it's on that journey, and I think British historians have made a huge contribution. Norman Davies, Roger Morehouse, and these sort of people have made a huge contribution to Polish history through looking at it through Anglo-Saxon eyes.
We will speak about more stories. Kasia, if I could ask you about stories that you hear when you speak to your British colleagues, to your friends in the world of media and politics that you're around. When the Polish topic comes up, what do people usually connect it to? Is it, food and history, or is there history, or is there something else, or is there no special treatment like any other nation?
I think. What do you mean by a Polish story? Do you know what I mean? I just before I pick up on that, I just want to go back to what Justin was saying, because I've spent a week just before the summer with my son researching some family history, and I've just got to big up the Polish Institute and Sikorski Museum. It's an exceptional place, run predominantly by volunteers who just are amazing. And we were looking into one of my relatives, an uncle, General Litiński, who was involved in the Battle of Poznań. And when we were looking through, he was under, goodness, my brain's gone. But when we were looking through some of the testimonies of the soldiers involved in that, it really, what you said, absolutely resonated, because not everything went very well. And there was this kind of this secrecy, but it's all there in the archives that are kept so beautifully, not just in the Polish Institute and Sikorski Museum, but also in Polska as well. They've got an extraordinary library in which we then read about the kind of a tribute to this relative of mine, General Litiński, in which we found out that General Anders was at his funeral. I didn't know that. My family kind of just happened. They don't really, like in the same way that my grandfather was in the Armii Krajowa. Don't talk about it, do they? It's just extraordinary. It's like when I took my grandfather's Benemerenti medal to be blessed by the Pope. We didn't even realize there was a medal. We had the certificate hanging up in our house in Poland, but then suddenly it's like, oh, there's a medal. There's a medal? My grandfather, he never talked about it. I took it last year to Rome to have it blessed. It's so frustrating, isn't it? It's that kind of, I know you're going to talk about Poles not bigging themselves up, but when it comes to my family, really, seriously, they really should. When it comes to Polish stories, look, yeah, I'm of Polish origin, right? And I'm very proud of, being of Polish origin. I'm proud of making a life here in the UK as well. I'm proud of my two sons who, it was too difficult for them to do Polish school because the level at which the Polish schools were at, my sons are 15 and 11, it was at a level where I made the mistake, I should have put them into a Polish school with Polish for foreign nationals, but I didn't. The head teacher explained that actually it was better for them to be immersed, and I thought that was right. I thought he was right, a fantastic head teacher actually, but it didn't work out for them. Now my sons are learning Polish via Duolingo, and he's going, and they're at least they're trying. We spent time in Poland and they want to learn. They actually had a bit of a go at me, my eldest one, saying, why didn't you keep it going? And I was like, believe me, I really did. But, it was quite hard. But just going back to, but again, the work that I do, I'm a journalist, and that professionally comes first, right? It's on the merit of the story. So going back to what you said, that you've heard many times. How many is many, right? You kind of do need to give us the facts, and we'll go back to that. Maybe one day we'll do some research on that. But stories on merit. So anybody that knows the story of the Błyskawica will know that Poles in the Isle of Wight are just revered, right? We were able to tell that story. I was able to tell that story because we found one of the last living people who was on the boat when they launched the strikes against the Luftwaffe, and on merit, we were able to tell that story because we had this first-hand testimony of this incredible guy. He was an engineer working on the Błyskawica. He was in an old people's home, and we went and filmed him. Then we went to the Isle of Wight and did a bit of, that kind of story. Arguably, perhaps that wouldn't have been told if it wasn't for the fact that I've got, a lot of interest in that kind of Polishness. But I can't, it doesn't bias what I do in my work. My work is unbiased. It's on the merit of the story. And just going back to, your voices, if you do your best to balance it, you have to be balanced, especially in working for the broadcaster that I do.
Of course, I also meant a little bit in the private capacity, because you mentioned the Polish Institute and the Sikorski Museum, which is an absolutely incredible place. But yet again, my question, you cannot quantify it, but have you heard, for example, a British person that when the Polish topic came up, they would say, oh, of course we went to the Sikorski Museum, it has everything, etc. And I have a feeling that such one of the best Polish museums in the world, that has the Monte Cassino flag, that has artifacts, that has the bayonet and equipment of Krystyna Skarbek, Winston Churchill's favorite spy, not many people know about it. And if you want numbers, we can go on a street and ask 1,000 people, have they been to that museum? And I'm afraid there wouldn't be many yes answers. But when you ask about some other museum on some other topic, suddenly you will hear more answers. So that's sort of my worry, that the people are not bigging up their history enough, and such gems as the Sikorski Institute could do a bit more to go out to the British public.
I have to say, just other museums are available. I know of one. Look, it's really difficult because you're asking, you're almost, and I don't want this. This isn't. I love George, right? My youngest is called George. Not specifically after you, but it's I've a lot of respect for what you're doing in terms of the work that you guys and your mum do. And I'd love to have that father mum son relationship with my kids going forward. It's you're almost like, if it merits it, yes, of course people should be talking about it. And the Sikorski Museum, when you've got London Book Week, when Poland was that they rotate every year, they do a different country for the kind of like a specific spotlight on that country. When London Book Week chose Poland as its country, I then had Jacek Denel, very really famous author in Poland, also Claire Mully, the author of Krystyna Skarbek's biography, The Spy Who Loved, Churchill's favorite spy. So I got them on my program to talk about it, and maybe arguably another person wouldn't have done. But I thought on merit, it's a conversation that I had with my editors. I thought, this is voices that you don't, I bet you didn't even know that, did you? No, you didn't, did you? Research, George, research. But the point is,
I know you do a lot of great work, but I want more of it from others, I guess.
But it has to be on merit. When the Polish A-level was one of the A-levels that was coming under attack 8 years ago now. 8, I can't believe it. I had to go back through my... So we had, again, it has to be on merit. I can't, just because it's Polish and, I had to... There were other A-levels. There were other A-levels that the examination boards were looking at. The Turkish, Bengali, Portuguese. Yeah, I think Hebrew was amongst them. So, again, we didn't just speak about the Polish language. We spoke, I had somebody on who talked about who advised the government and who spoke about all of the languages, because I can't be seen to be biased just because it's Polish, but it's on merit of the story. I talk to my editors. If they think, yeah, fantastic, do it. And yeah, Poland is under the spotlight right now. And just referencing back to what the ambassador himself had said, those first days, I was one of the first international broadcasters to get to the Polish-Ukraine border when Russia's full-scale invasion happened on the 24th. Of February last year. And yeah, of course, the spotlight was very much on Poland, but we were showing what was happening. Somebody's got the BBC News alert. So we were very much, other news apps are available. We were very much showing what was happening. And again, the ambassador was saying, people were saying that they were worried about investing in Poland. But we were there showing what was happening. I couldn't skew it saying, investment opportunity, everything's fine. But just going back to, and just a very, very brief anecdote, we were flying over and we had lots of people. Jeremy Bowen was on the plane and a couple of colleagues that were going to be crossing over the border. And there was also a lady and her family. She was going to Krakow. We flew into Krakow on the 25th. And she was saying to me, I'm really worried. I've got my 60th birthday in Krakow, and I'm so worried because we're flying to a war zone. And I was saying to her, Poland is fine. It's not a war zone. Poland's, it's in NATO. The border is far away. You'll be fine. You'll have a great time. You'll love Krakow. It's a beautiful place. Other, cities are available as well for city breaks. You'll have a great time. But then one of my colleagues ran up to me and he goes, Kasia, what am I meant to do with my helmet, my anti-bullet helmet? I can't fit it under the seat. And she looked at it and and I was just like, I looked at him and I was just like, go away. She was fine. She had a great time. The point is, I'm a reporter, right? I'm not a columnist. I don't offer my opinion, I just report what is happening. And it's really important that when you talk about mainstream media that you've got written down there, we just report what is happening. We don't make it up, we just report what is happening. And then we get eyewitness testimony, and that's the way the news works.
Yes, and that's a great answer, because from what I understood from this is that Poland has every right to promote itself and its history based on merit, that nothing needs to be skewed. There is just so much to speak about. Ella, from your experience, what are some of the stories that get the Polish children or British Polish children, or really British children with some Polish roots that you encounter, that really make them connected to Poland? Is it their trips, for example, if they go to Poland? Really? Is there some ways that they get switched on and they think, oh, actually, my heritage is cool?
It's a brilliant question. I just think this is such a vast topic. I just want to refer to the Sikorski museums, Sikorski Institute, Pani Kasia was mentioning, with regards to all the artifacts that we have there, and they are just hidden because really no one goes there, or it's only one Saturday a month that you can go there and visit. With what you were saying, Panie Jerzy, about you cannot have wonderful future without actually knowing your past. So trying to link these two and considering the makeup of our children nowadays. So these bilingual, multilingual children for whom Polish is really difficult, who will strive to do their best, but they will struggle no matter what. And how we can help in this absolutely difficult task of nurturing their identity and teaching them our language. We will be running this year 4 sessions from Instytut Sikorskiego, wysokowej Polish Declination Against of English Language, I do apologize. So from Instytut Sikorski's Institute, we're running 4 lessons where we pick up an artifact, such as the first one is Mundur Generała, so General Sikorski's uniform. It's a live session we will be recording on our mobile phones. It's going to be a disaster, but I'm thinking, that perhaps it will. It is live on Saturday, 40 minutes, 45 at the most, like a dialogue between a person looking after the museum and showing us these artifacts, and dialogue of a teacher with that person, bringing it to children's level. So it's not like, someone told this is, we don't want to bore children. So, and the reason why we're doing it is because we want to wake up this interest in history in our children, so then they can have this knowledge, because you cannot promote your country without actually knowing its history. They can then speak with their mates in English schools, in mainstream schools, and say, I had this fantastic lesson and I saw this wonderful uniform. Or we will be talking about Krystyna Skarbek as well when we talk about Polish women during the World War II, and variety of other topics fall throughout the year. But the whole point behind it is not only to wake up this massive fascination for Polish history throughout, through like children's eyes, so we actually get to them, not letting them read massive texts which they don't understand at all, but speak to them, show them artifacts, and then perhaps they will take it further to mainstream schools, speak with their English colleagues, British colleagues, other nation colleagues, everybody, so they will actually promote Polish history, Polish achievement in essence. But the task is massive and it is gigantic. And how do we actually address the needs of our children nowadays in 2023? Through the organization that is 70 years old. And of course, if we think back to 1953, when Polish Educational Society was being founded, the needs were different, the emotions were different. We couldn't go, well, they couldn't, the founders couldn't go back to Poland. They couldn't travel freely like we do. The needs are completely different. They really are. We jump on the plane and we're over in Poland. And as someone noticed during this wonderful session, most of our children actually spend summer holidays in Poland. So this, 5 or 4 weeks, 4 or 5, maybe 6 weeks with their grandparents. We have to make it more relevant for them. I think that's the key thing. Let's remember our history. Let's teach them in a, absorbable way. But let's remember that they also have got their interest. They like Polish music that is being composed nowadays, not necessarily 70 years ago. Perhaps, we sing all this Witaj Majowa Jutrzenko, and that's great because I just, I'm a big promoter of these tunes, but also let's teach them or show them or let them listen to Sana, who sings Polish poetry. Disco polo I mentioned perhaps as a joke, but of course we all have variety of interests when it comes to music, so by all means, let's listen to disco polo and polewamy się szampanem. Or perhaps that's not very good because kids champagne, that doesn't marry up. So make it relevant, make it, and I hate this word, but make it modern, but perhaps I do mean it. Let's make it relevant for our children. They need to be proud of our Polish history, but they also need to be very much, placed in today, not 100 years ago, because it's not gonna marry up. It's not gonna help them to love the country.
With a little bit follow-up just into the previous question. You organized Chelsea History Festival. There is always, or at least for the few years that I remember, there have been some topics about Polish history involved. Could you tell us a little bit more about these? Are there also,
you've mentioned in 39 and some issues related to that, but are there stories that you think need to be told and are being told at such an event that you organize?
Yeah, I mean, what's fascinating is that our Polish history sessions at the Chelsea History Festival almost always sell out. People are really interested in Polish history. We've done medieval history of Poland. We've done kings and queens of Poland. We've done Second World War. We've done the Bolshevik-Polish War, 1919-1920. They all sell out. They're sponsored generously by the Polish Cultural Institute, which makes it possible for us to hold these events. But I think there's a real fascination amongst British people for this sort of history that's mysterious to them. And obviously there's always fascination in the Second World War. Second World War is the biggest topic for this country, and also I think for Poland as well. We share that fascination and obviously the tragic story of Poland, but it's deeply seared into our souls as Poles, but also as British people, this sort of monumental struggle that was the Second World War. So stories like the Enigma and the Polish role in the Enigma story, we've got a very good session on that this next week at the Chelsea History Festival. Do come. But people are fascinated to hear about the Polish intelligence role in getting the machine out of Poland into the hands of those at Bletchley Park, and the contribution of Polish mathematicians to that endeavour. Obviously, the Polish army in Normandy, Italy, is again a fascination. British people do know about, or people who are interested in military history, which is the second biggest category of books sold in Britain. So this is an interesting fact. You like facts, Kasia? I'm going to give you a fact. I'm going to give you a fact. Military history is the second biggest category of books sold in bookshops in this country. Military history. Now, I include in that biography of generals or Napoleon. So we define it, quite broadly, but it is the second most popular topic of any, more than novels, is military history in terms of books sold. So there's a fascination, and of course Poland has got some incredible military history stories, and so yeah, we do them because they're popular, and obviously I have a personal interest in this, and I have a real mission to try and mainstream Polish history in this country where I can, because there are a million Poles, or nearly a million, living in this country, and I want some of them at the museum to buy the coffee and enjoy the museum, and bring their children. Because the other thing is, when I grew up, I had my Polish world and I had my British world, and I've always been trying to bring them together in my head. And military history and the Second World War is one of those topics where you can bring them together. And I want young Polish children who grew up in this country to come to the National Army Museum and feel that they have a stake in the history of this country that comes from their Polish origins, and that kind of brings it all together. So it has a kind of it's a mission of integration as well as a mission of telling a distinct Polish story.
What's the first category of books? Autobiographies, I think.
It's a good question. I think if you put literature as a category, and sort of, and the second one is history, and military history is overwhelmingly the biggest chunk of that. So Waterstones, they can't sell enough military history. If you speak to them, they'll tell you it's the second biggest single category that sells in bookshops in this country.
Yes. Kasia, would you have any advice to young aspiring Polish-British reporters or journalists here in the UK that may feel that maybe they don't fit in a little bit because their accent is slightly different, or for some other reasons they think they're not British enough?
And I'll come back. That's a brilliant question, and I will come back to that. But just from the points that you were talking about, the BBC has got a "We Were There" page where we're desperately talking to veterans obviously before it's too late, from veterans of the Second World War. And again, I think that just before the summer, there was the 100th, and I'm so sorry, I was desperately looking for this gentleman's name, but I can't find it. A gentleman who had, obviously a Polish gentleman, who had his 100th birthday up in the Midlands somewhere, and Editor Górniak came over, and it was a massive, massive deal. It was in the cathedral. I just can't remember his name. And we got a crew up there. One of our local crews was able to go up there and interview him. He, a couple of days ago, was actually his pogrzeb, funeral. Thank you. You know, when you speak about certain topics in one specific language, it's you know what I mean. But yeah, so you know, again, possibly his voice wouldn't have been recorded if it wasn't for the fact that I'm of Polish background. But again, it's one of those, we talked to our editors, and they said we absolutely have to get him recorded, and we have to, again, if anybody knows of veterans still alive, please just email me, find me, talk to me, tell me who we need to be registering these voices. It's a beautiful page. We were there, the BBC page. In terms of going into I mean, don't become a journalist. It's an awful job, right? I mean, the pay's shocking. The hours are horrible, and everybody just has a go at you, as we've just seen today. But no, I joke. It's the most fascinating job in the world. It's an absolute privilege. It's I think Daniel was saying that, you know, you're doing your hobby as your day job. It is. I love talking to people. I'm incredibly nosy, and being able to speak to people day in, day out for a living is amazing. In terms of coming from a different background, like I say, would I have had an easier life if I was a Kate Russell? I don't know. I mean, my bosses would absolutely adamantly say, of course not. The opportunities I've had have been incredible. You know, going back to the Enigma Code, when the plaque was being shown was being unveiled in the Polish embassy, and I did a live there. I think, yeah, I did a report there for the BBC on it. Again, you know, those Polish voices those Polish voices that aren't being heard. When a British truck driver who raised money for the Polish truck driver who lost his life in one of the terrorist crashes, I think in a Christmas fair in Germany, Munich, was it Berlin? Berlin. You know, again, when he was invited to the Polish embassy, I did a live for the 1 o'clock news there. Again, those Polish voices not being heard, right? You know, again, possibly, maybe that story I wouldn't have pushed as much, but that's not fair to say that. It merited it. It was a really strong story. It merited doing it. And so for people with foreign sounding names, those days are gone. You know, those days are gone when you were meant to just have a very British accent and just read the hello, London calling. That's all gone now, right? Diversity of voices, diversity of lived experience is super, super important. And I'd encourage, you know, just go out and do it. And your lived experience, it's different, obviously, for, you know, British broadcasters, because it's not about my opinion. My opinion doesn't matter. It's about the voice of the person that I'm speaking to. And I think if you want to, you know, for people trying to break through the industry, it's really tough. It's really cutthroat. Everyone will have an opinion about you, but you know, you just got to do it. If that's what you want to do, you've got to do it. Just do it.
Okay, thank you. Well, your work is applauded on merit, and some of these stories you do because you have special access or you have special understanding, and that's fantastic. And one of your fans here from the crowd just sent me a message that it was Lieutenant Edmund Szymczak that you did the story on. Thank you, Tomasz, for that text message. Ella, before we go to the questions from the people, your advice to parents that are either Polish or from mixed marriages, what's the best way to bring up your children so they feel connected to this rich heritage that they can? What's the best way to do it?
Quite an impossible question. Well, actually, just trying to think about measurable things that actually speaking another language brings. And of course, it had nothing to do with emotions, because I think to love the country, to love the language, you need to be very emotional about it. But if we were to measure all the benefits, 30% of, well, actually, no, I'll rephrase. If you speak another language, your results in any exams are 30% better than if you don't. So that's something to, to hang on to.
That explains a lot.
Plus, well done, congratulations.
No,
oh, no, Another one is I think emotions can only be expressed. Don't pretend to be someone else. If we're speaking of parents who were not born in this country, but they are bringing up the children who were born in England or in Great Britain, do not pretend to be, don't speak English to your children. That's the first thing. Yeah? Always just, the language of emotions always comes from the heart. It is always the language you were brought up in. So just be yourself. It's just such a difficult question. I happen, I've got 3 sons and they all were born in England. Our youngest went to nursery when he was 8 months old. And that's, of course, circumstantial because we both worked and we had to send him somewhere. His first language was English. His first words were in English because he was in nursery from 8 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock in the evening. When I was driving, or actually on a bike, taking him home from nursery, he would fall asleep in the back of the bike. And I would just carry him to his cot, often with rice or potatoes in his hair without a bath. And I would just see him over the weekends. So there wouldn't be much Polish interaction. So his first words were English, but strangely, he's the one who wants to go and live in Poland. And we, my husband and I, we are thinking of going back to Poland when we retire. Whew, that's 67. Gosh, what's wrong with this country? How come you have to work until you're 67? But nevertheless, and he says, "Mom, can I come and live with you?" Well, I'm not sure whether I want him to, but nevertheless, because this is our oasis, running away from all the hassle of life. But he is the only one who actually says he wants to go and live in Poland. Take your children to Poland as often as you can. And not everybody can, because I do understand this is material matter and financial matter. Poland is a beautiful country. It really is. We go every year, different places, Podlasie, Roztocze, Zamojszczyzna, wherever. It is a beautiful place to be. And they will have wonderful memories because they will go there just to have fun and be on holiday. So they will fall in love with the country immediately. Send them to Polish school. By open Polish school, we'll help you. We really will. Please send your children to Polish school. There's only 15% of children in Polish schools. And this is if I'm being generous with my statistics. Wonderful place. People are really, teachers are, teachers are teachers. They love what they do. So they like working with children. But also the climate has changed. The needs have changed. We've got resources. We have books. We have things that are much easier than those written 10, 20, 30 years ago. We don't have to, we write our own books and we know the needs of our bilingual children. Please send them to Polish schools. They will love the country.
Thank you so much. We've got time for a few more questions. So would anybody like to go first? You have a unique opportunity to ask these distinguished panelists who are usually very difficult to access.
So the first question goes to me because I'm just wondering why am I moved by what you are saying, and I was moved many times. So I cannot understand that. I cannot explain it. Why in all those stories there's something that moves me, although I'm not from Polonia. So that's a question to me, but maybe also a question to you. Why it's moving, and to follow up on that question, I would like to ask you. Why are you coming back to your histories, for example, in the archives, to the history of your father, Why is that? So it's more of a personal question.
I think that identity is becoming more important now than ever before. We're in a world that's changing so fast, and we're in a world where identity is being challenged from all sorts of directions. You know, our Christian heritage, our Europeanness is being challenged, our view of the world is being challenged, our idea of national identity is being challenged. All of these things are being challenged, and technology is just driving all of these challenges at a pace that is bewildering for people. And in a world that's changing so fast, and when there's so little in terms of foundations that are secure, people are looking for things to hold on to. And I think identity is what people are looking for. And so Kasia describing going to the Sikorsky Institution, finding these stories or getting the medal blessed, all of these, in my view, I'm seeing this as a museum director, are people yearning for some reference points to which they can hold. And I think that's, for me, for example, you know, I for the first time in the last 5 years have really researched my father's story. He told me a few anecdotes, but I never really understood the full story. Now I think I do, with the help of the Sikorsky Institute and the army records that are held by the Ministry of Defense of Polish soldiers. But I think, to answer your question, I think this is about identity and how people are searching and yearning for it. And in this country, there are 1 million people for whom Polishness is a crucial part of that sense of identity, alongside Britishness. They go in tandem together. And what's lovely about that is they very rarely conflict, apart from football, as Kasia mentioned. I mean, if you were German British, there are all sorts of areas that you'd find a real tension. But Polish British feels like a wonderful blend, except on the football pitch.
I think it always goes back to football, doesn't it? Just very briefly, when I start speaking to somebody who doesn't know me in Polish, they'll be like, "Oh, you've forgotten your Polish. You're putting on this English accent." When I then explain to them, no, I was born here, and Polish is actually now my second language. They're like, "Oh my God, you speak really well," and because then they suddenly see me as their kids. And I go to Polish schools quite a lot and do these talks and try to make it, you know, I sort of stand there and say, I'm you, just a lot older and a lot uglier, but I'm you in the sense that, you know, you have this thing that is special, in the sense that, you know, it's different. Yeah, sure, you may feel a little bit different, but it doesn't make you weird or strange or anything else. Just embrace it. Or not, whatever, you know, however you feel about it. But it's just that ability to just make sure that kids sort of can see that, okay, it is, yeah, because, you know, schools are difficult places most of the time, and yeah, bullying, whatever. But the point is that just for them to see that it's normal to have this kind of like dual nationality. And there are so many, you know, different, you know, tri nationalities. Anyway, it's complicated, but I think that's why it gets a little bit emotional. I'm going to shut up.
Well, I don't have that problem because my identity is just being Polish. My children do, but I don't think they have a problem, to be honest. Actually, something I say quite often. Throughout all the years they went to Polish school, and that's like 14 years for every one of them. So since they were 4, from the moment they were 4, they would start and they finished until they completed A-levels. It was such a sure thing. Every Saturday we would get up, I would pack the bag. I was teaching in Polish schools, now I don't, and I was the head teacher of one of them. We would pack the bags and we'd just get in a car, drive to school, and then we would come home. Not once, and I really crossed my heart, not once any of my boys would say, "Mama, can I not go to school today?" So I crossed my heart, and it's not because we are such wonderful parents, because I'm sure we're not, but it was something that was not questionable. And we always spoke Polish to our children. You know, I work in English schools. Obviously, we are immersed into English culture, English language all the time. And they respond to us in English. Of course they do, but I never speak English to them. It's a gift for life. It really is a gift for life. It's a gift that you give free of charge. You don't have to pay anything for it. You just naturally are yourself. You speak Polish to your own children. And then they just, out of a sudden, speak this language, which is just so crazy difficult, and they write in it because they go to school and they take exams and they succeed and they get 9s and A stars. Gift for life.
Well, thank you so much. We will still have a chance to speak to our speakers during the reception. Well, I have to announce that our official part is now coming to an end. Thank you to all those who came here today, despite the tube strikes, the trade unions blocking your way to this important conference. Thank you to those who traveled from all around the world, from Australia. Thank you to those who connected with us online. This is also an important message again. If you found these discussions fascinating and you think they should be shared with some of your friends or colleagues, you can just either search for British Poles on the social media or Polska Wielki Projekt. There will be a link to the YouTube of the whole day today, so you will be able to share that. So I would very much like to thank again our panelists who are brilliant, and I've learned a lot of personal stories. I would like to thank the Poland Great Project and of course us, the British Poles, for running the whole show, and I think we did something quite special today. I think it's an important, very important day for the history of the Polish community in the UK. Also, great thanks to the Polish Prime Minister's Chancery for supporting and financing this day with the Polonia and Poles Abroad program. So now, before we head to have something to bite and have a glass of wine, we will have Polish dancers, Orlęta, that will come here and perform a special show for us within any minute. So please stay in the room. They're going to come here soon, and after the show, we'll be able to move to the other room. So thank you once again. A great applause for our today's panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you.